Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome back everybody to a little bit more Final Fantasy V. But last time we left off, we started the game. We have acquired quite a few things along the way, as well as the 4 jobs that we are trying to beat the game with. In this case, as I've mentioned before, it doesn't get much more support E than this. We have a White Mage, we have a Time Mage, we have a Beastmaster, and we have a Chemist. All of these classes are really strong in their own right, but none of them is particularly great at straight up defeating a bunch of enemies. Like, we do have probably our best damage dealer as the Beastmaster, which is not usually what you have as a main damage dealer. Beastmaster is more of a, well, a semi-support class. Like, it's not bad for dealing damage straight up, but it's certainly quite different than other ones. Alrighty, and we are just walking through the underground jungle here. We just saw Moogle fall into a hole, so we of course follow it, trying to see what happened to it. So, let's see. Also worth noting, the encounter sets, or which encounters you get, I think is random, but how many you get is always in the same places in this underground cave here. So this is not a high encounter rate as much as it's just scripted encounters. So here we are. So yeah, I think we still haven't quite yet unlocked the ability to mix with our Chemist, have we? Yeah, we're actually kind of far away, huh? Alrighty. Quick heads up, I will probably be muting myself once in a while, just because I woke up kinda late. I have a pizza next to me from the oven and, well, I don't like putting chewing noises onto the stream, so there's that. But we can still continue walking for a while. Moogle! Alrighty, so what we can do here, this is the Tyrannosaurus Rex. I think it has 5000 HP, and one of its most dangerous things it can do is it can counterattack with the revenge attack, which deals damage equivalent to however much HP you're missing. Can't control this monster, alright. But it is not flagged as heavy, which consequently means that we can try to instantly kill it via the life spell, or a Phoenix Stone, or anything like that, which by the way, the life spell does not have as good of a chance to hit usually as the Phoenix Stone. I think the Phoenix Stone is a fixed probability of hitting undead enemies that are susceptible to it, and the life spell is more of a chance to hit thing. I'm actually not entirely sure about that, but it's actually one of the few things the algorithms guide doesn't outline. Alrighty. So little Moogle tells us to not go in the desert because there's a lot of meanie enemies over there, and it's very true. Don't go into the desert. So I'm just going to walk on the sides, and I'm also going to, well, mute myself for now. Be right back. Hello, welcome to the Real Decoy. Things are quite fine overall, no complaints. Welcome, and I hope you have a nice day as well. I'm currently just kind of muting myself, eating pizza on the side, so I'm only playing with one hand because I don't want to get my controller dirty. But yeah, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Alrighty. So here in the castle, once we finally arrive after all the cutscenes, we can actually get the exit spell. That is a time magic spell that allows us to both exit out of areas to the overworld, which saves you a lot of travel time, as well as automatically running away from combat. It's kind of a slow way of running away from combat, but especially later on, it being basically guaranteed is actually really nice. Alrighty, and there is actually something pretty unique we can pick up in this castle here as well. So, if you have a chemist in your party, well, I always talk in terms of Fort of Fiestas, by the way. Casually, of course, you could always have a chemist in your party if you want to, but if you do have a chemist in your party, you can go over here into the backside of the storage or, well, room, and there's an angel suit here. The angel suit is unique because it can only be basically worn by a chemist. It is way better than what we had before. Now, here's a bit of a catch. The vitality increase here effectively doesn't really do anything. A lot of things like, well, actually, pretty much HP is calculated before the vitality value is added or subtracted. So basically, the only thing a vitality added item, or well, a tech equipment piece that adds vitality adds, is actually just regeneration ticks. That's it. If you have regeneration on the character, they get slightly higher or HP gain based on vitality. That's literally all vitality on equipment does. A bit unfortunate, but besides that, the Angel Suit has two interesting properties. For one, it has a ridiculously high magic evasion. By the way, you can also go behind the store here if you really want to. And there's more cutscenes to it. Either way, it has a ridiculously high magic evasion, so the chance of getting hit by certain spells is severely reduced. It's like 20% or something like that. So it's really good for that. But also, it completely prevents poison-based damage. Also here you can get a harp. Unfortunately, none of the harp's 4 bards, aside from the very last one, is particularly useful. Alrighty, and here we are. We also did pick up 2 other things along the way that were actually kind of neat to have. We got the dancing dagger, I'm gonna keep that. And we did get... another elf cape earlier in the Moogle village. Both of these are really handy to have. The elf cape, once again, it gives you a 1 in 3 chance to avoid damage entirely. Well, a physical attack anyways. And the dancing dagger is a dagger that gives you basically a chance to execute a dance command. It's a 50-50 chance. A dance command is a 4 times stronger physical attack called the sword dance. It can be the mystery waltz, absorbing MP from the enemy. A jitterbug duet, which absorbs HP from the enemy, which by the way both of the absorbs scale with magic power, so they kind of neat on that. And the last one, tempting tango, which if the enemy is confusable, regardless of their magic evasion and level, they will get confused. Here we also get the reset and slow spells. Reset allows you to literally reset the combat to how it was at the very beginning, with one exception. Back attack and preemptive strike are re-rolled, but everything else is literally as it was exactly at the beginning of battle. It's kind of fascinating. And slow 2 just tries to hit all enemies with slow. That's it. Do we have any more white magic spells? I didn't even check last time, did I? Ah yes, we have Image. This one is amazing. And Shell, this one is also amazing. So Shell reduces all magic damage you receive by half, which is ridiculously crazy good, honestly. And Image completely negates the next 2 physical attacks from your character if they were to hit you, which is also ridiculously insanely good. So yeah, a lot of really strong abilities there. Alrighty, give me a second, I need to think real quick here. Going back here also allows you to pretend to be a merchant. It does indeed. I love the little cutscene. And welcome to you, Vintage Luke. I hope you're doing well. Why is Gallifrey's Sprite Tracker as a freelancer? Oh, that's an excellent question. Why is that a freelancer? Because nothing is selected for some reason. I didn't even know that could happen. Huh. There we go. Thank you for telling me, because I didn't know this. Alrighty, and anything else I wanna do? Maybe. I was just kind of thinking, maybe I wanna turn Lena into a time mage instead of Galuf. But she's getting close and well, mainly because I want to try and maybe equip the whip weapon on other characters, because the whips are literally our best offensive weapons currently, aside from trying to use a dagger. Technically the daggers are stronger, but you have to be in the front row in order to deal full damage. With the whips you can just safely sit in the back row and not worry too much about it. I'll be fine. I don't need to think that much, do I? Let's just go. Alrighty. Next scene. So here we are going to be automatically thrown into combat with an abductor. This is a slightly different abductor than we fought last time, and it's not terribly dangerous. In fact, I don't even know its strengths and weaknesses. Usually it just dies pretty quickly. I think it's not heavy, so Demi should be fine. You can paralyze it. You can do all sorts of things to this poor guy. So here we go. And hey, welcome to your Rhagodactylus. I hope you have a nice day so far. Happy Monday, everybody. Alrighty, let's see. Can I demi you? I can, so he has exactly 2500 HP because Demi reduces his HP by half. Wait, Lena, what did you catch still? I don't remember what Lena still has in the catch and release. Does anybody remember? Because I clearly don't. Can't control this monster. Alright, fair enough. I'm gonna demi you again. Excuse me. He has 625 HP left, and I don't really have much else to do. Let's try and charm him. Which confuses him, which means he's only going to do things that hurt himself or are beneficial to us, one way or another. We can try our Comet, which we haven't actually used yet. Comet is actually an attack that has an even greater range of how much damage it can deal than Axis, except that it never misses. So the way Comet works, it's the game rolls a random number between 50 and 200 inclusive, and then it multiplies that number by, I think, 4? No, wait. 6? I think it's 6. I think it can deal between 300 and 1200 damage, if I'm not mistaken. Either way, it has a ridiculously wide range of how much damage it can deal. But the two main benefits of those are, for one, of course, we finally actually have an offensive spell and something to do for time mages. And for two, it actually ignores reflect. It cannot be reflected, the comment that is, as well as it costs almost no MP. Like, it's very, very cheap for how much it can potentially do. Of course, at the cost of it not being terribly reliable, but, well, it's probably still more reliable than me hitting with physical attacks. Is that a bear from the basement of Axtef's castle? I think we caught one of those on Galuf and then actually used it on Gilgamesh, but yeah. Oh, it is times 8. Thank you, Bram Hall the 5th. I appreciate that. So basically, Comet deals between 400 to 1600 damage. I felt like my numbers were off. Also, of course, that is modified by magic defense before the multiplication. So each point of magic defense reduces the damage you receive from Comet by 8, if you want to put it that way. And if you have at least 50 magic defense, it's possible for the Comet to deal 0 damage. Mostly not that relevant, but thank you for the correction. I appreciate that. Alrighty, and we're back. So, pizza done, so I'm actually not gonna mute myself all the time anymore. Sorry about that. Welcome to the village of wolves. They are friendly. I like them. I don't think there's any new spells here. I think these are still the ones from before. Hello? Hello and welcome. Yep, those are still the spells from before. Alrighty. Besides that, there are, however, new pieces of equipment that we could technically pick up, but I have basically no money right now. I could actually use an armor for Galef. I believe he literally doesn't have one right now. But instead of a Gaia gear, I could buy other stuff instead. But yeah, we could also give the strength armor and bandana over to Lena, because both of these give +3 strength each, which +3 strength from equipment is actually kind of a big deal, but I'd rather have the defense for now. We're not really going to be struggling too much for the most part in terms of being able to defeat bosses. It's not gonna be the fastest, but it's gonna be decently secure thanks to all of our defensive capabilities. The village that sheep are only visiting, and when they disappear is because they went back home and nothing shady is going on at all. Well, yeah, nothing's shady, but I don't think they're going home either. That's just kind of the life cycle of these sheep. Goodbye. So I'm going to go... This is so weird actually keeping the dark matter in my inventory rather than, well, not. Going to use a cabin to regenerate some MP and then we move in. Alrighty. Welcome to Hiryu Valley, where there's actually a lot of money to be had in a variety of ways. But also the enemies are just ever so slightly faster than we are, so they will, even in a regular encounter, just attack first. Mop. Alrighty, there's actually a few encounters in here that are quite interesting for us to potentially fight, because they are worth quite a bit in a variety of ways. But most of these encounters are, well, pretty much inside rather than anywhere else. Right around here, well, not bone dragons, no thank you. Bone dragons can paralyze you, they can put you into critical HP, and while they're not terribly dangerous, they are also kind of slow to defeat, which is kind of the main downside of them. Alrighty, welcome to the encounter that we will probably try to fight. I'm gonna cast combat on this one. I'm gonna try and control the zombie dragon. The Sting Eagle doesn't have that much HP, but combat at least guarantees that we will defeat it. And I'm gonna try and life. So this dragon is not flagged as heavy, so it can be defeated through some life spells or Phoenix Stones. But because we have a chemist in our party, we actually kind of want to preserve the Phoenix Stones for various mixes. So there's that, but you don't really have anything else to do, so we just try to use one anyways. There we go. Alrighty, gaining some ability points and some Dragon Fangs. So, Dragon Fang is the last very crucial mixing ingredient for a chemist that we haven't had until now, that way around. We have Dark Matter, we have Turtle Shells and Dragon Fangs. Basically these things encompass the most important items for mixing, generally speaking. Or some of them anyways. There's a lot of really powerful mixes even without them. Well, that's just mean. I do not like having a back attack on me, so you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna cast Reset. Which means I reset the battle from how it looks at the beginning. It's not a back attack anymore, but these things are still faster than me, so there's that. You know what? Let's just knock them out real quick. Might as well. They do have like 50% physical evasion, so hitting them with a physical attack is not terribly likely, but it's possible. So, yeah, I only give one ability point. I was kind of hoping for a little bit more ability point, because now we are in World 2, the enemies are stronger, and generally speaking, most of the encounters give, or can give more ability points. Well, actually, it's not can, it's not like it's a probability of whether they do or not. It's more the encounter formation determines how much ability points you do get. Hello and welcome. Extra nice they got. I may have adjusted it based on what you said earlier. Thank you, Ghost of Funk. Hello, welcome to you. I hope you're doing well. And thank you. 4-job Fiesta is always quite nice and relaxing, even if I have a job class that is more involved in a certain sense. Oh hey, I'm gonna just defend with you briefly. I need to learn what Lena has stored sometime. You know what, I'm just gonna release it on the boss. I genuinely do not know what Lena has captured right now. Oh, missing everything. Oh well. Throwing a phoenix down after all. You're doing a quad bard playthrough at the moment. Oh well, good luck to you. $11 out of 30. I will probably be fighting things here for a little while until Ferris gets to the next job level of the chemist. One thing I'm curious about, you only have level 2 white magic, alright. I was kind of hoping that you would have slightly higher white magic than that, but yeah, that's okay. That is alright. Here's a coronet, alrighty, so coronet is a unique piece of equipment that you can only get here. If you sell it, it's worth like 37,500 gold or something like that, I don't remember the number, it's ridiculously much money, but if you have a Beastmaster, you may want to keep it, because it increases the chance for control to work. I think it doubles the chance. So the probability of Lena hitting the control spell is strongly in our favor now. It's not guaranteed, but it is very much in our favor. So we can try and control this guy, and also try and cast life on him. Okay, it's being controlled. Missed that one. By the way, you do not want to confuse it Drippy unless you want to reset the encounter, because Drippies actually have time magic reset. And when they are confused, they can use it. So, yeah. We just got to the barrier tower, I see. So you're quite a ways in, that's nice. Alrighty, and... oh, you... alright, you actually have a weapon that can deal damage. I kind of forgot about that part. Now you got the speed, so yes, that is when Bard finally becomes a really strong, or basically goes from a decent support class in random encounters to a really strong support class in bosses too. At least that's how it is in my book. Alrighty, Yeah, no, we're just gonna run from these. You can't insta-kill them, they are flagged as heavy, so no such option. And this encounter here, the zombie dragon always guarantees drops a dragon fang, which is kind of the main reason why I really want to fight this encounter here. You have to run Biblos on Gilgamesh at a big bridge out of MP. Yeah, with low damage output like that, that makes sense. Trippies have like 960 HP or something of that equivalent. So they have a lot, but 2 combats will probably mostly do the trick. Unless we get really, really low rolls, which is possible. So, the zombie dragon can do 2 things when I control it. It can either attack itself, or it can use poison breath. It completely absorbs poison breath, of course, because it is undead. So there's that. Speaking of undead, earlier I did actually pick up a piece of equipment that is quite unique as well. The bone mail. The bone mail makes you absorb poison as healing. It makes you weak to fire. It halves the damage from ice. It makes you basically undead, so that means all the drain effects are reversed. If an enemy uses magic or health drain on you, you get healed instead. It also makes you immune to a variety of status effects, including instant death, which is kind of a big deal. Instant death, poison, not petrification. Instant death, poison, blind, confusion. Aging status effect, and probably something else that I'm not thinking of. Either way, the bone meal is insanely good, with the caveat that it can be potentially kind of difficult to heal your ally when they have the bone meal. But it also gives your character ridiculously high physical defense. In fact, that is literally the best or the strongest physical defense in the entire game that Lena now has. So that is also worth quite a bit, to say the least. Alright, life. Oh, you actually hit for once. Nice. Oh yeah, Butts also could attack. I keep forgetting that I actually have a white mage with whips right now. So Butts would actually deal damage. You're now wondering how to deal with Atmos? Well, the same way you dealt with Biblos and... Okay, 4 more encounters. The same way you dealt with Biblos and Gilgamesh, I would say. It's probably the most efficient way. Claw would normally poison you, but, well, Lena's immune to poison now, thanks to the bone mail. But if you try to heal Lena in combat now, she will take damage instead, which is, of course, less than ideal. Nap time. Oh, I like that animation. Hey Canbeer, welcome. How are you doing today? Might as well repeat. Indeed. I think it has about exactly 10,000 MP, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, a tent! The Trippy have a rare drop chance for a tent. You're doing fine today, that's nice. You ran Omniscient out of MP when you're doing a Quad Monk playthrough? Wow, how did you do that? Yeah, that sounds like it would take a while. Wait, I think... Is Mix next or Drink next? Isn't Omniscient like a leave it running overnight thing? Well, if you can hide off screen with a bard, yes, you can do that. The catch, of course, is when you have to actively heal against the onslaught of comets because you don't have a bard in your team. Or all day. Yes, or all day. Oh, actually, Comet only costs 7 MP, not 8 like I initially said. Which means if you get the gold hairpin, which halves MP cost, it's gonna be 3. Which is even more crazy. Ah, don't cast life on yourself, that's silly. Because that doesn't do anything. In fact, if I cast life on Lena, she will get knocked out right there. Or well, at least have a chance to. I don't have enough MP on Galef anymore. I'm using Poison Breath on itself because I don't actually want it to do anything. And the fight command would lock it out of the... out of the control. Alright, we gain a few levels. And just one more encounter. And I'm just gonna fight the encounter. One more encounter until Ferris is level 2 chemist. And I hope that is where I get the mix. I actually completely forget when I get it. Hey, perfect. Here we go. Aww. Missed. Alrighty, there we go. This is kind of my favorite encounter. Gives us 2 ability points in this case. And we got Combine. Combine, also known as Mix, is basically the ability that makes Chemist so ridiculously, insanely strong. And now that we have learned it on Ferris, there's not much of a reason for us to go further than that for a top level of Chemist. I think the subsequent top level of Chemist is going to be the Drink command, which allows you to drink a potion, but you can literally duplicate every effect of the potions you can drink by the Combine/Mix command instead. So it's not really all that necessary for the most part. Actually, worth noting, I don't want to switch Moth over to a Chemist yet. I would rather him get... What level white magic do you have? Hang on, let me check. You have level 3. You have level 6 time magic on the other hand. Which is gonna be good in the long run. I wanna keep Lena as the Beastmaster until she learns catch and release, so we have a second character to be able to catch and release. I don't know what I want to do. I would like to have at least one person with higher level white magic. With level 6 white magic on Moth, I would be... you know what, I'm just gonna leave Ferris as the Chemist for now. So Ferris has literally just Chemist abilities, nothing else. That is sufficient. So normally the strength of the game is that you mix and match abilities between all the classes, but Chemist is, in a weird kind of way, self-sufficient like a Dragoon. But in combination with various other classes, it can get really out of hand if you know what you're doing. Alrighty, and welcome to the hero plant. The hero plant has 12,000 HP, and all the main hero plant does is it respawns the little guys. There's up to 5 little plants. These little plants have a attack that cannot be dodged, that cannot be blocked. Guaranteed hits. Deals exactly 100 damage every time, which is affected by row, so it's at least, well, halved because we're all in the back row. And the main flower is also susceptible to a lot of status effects. It is not heavy, it can be stopped, it can be slowed. But also, let's combine. Let's see, what do I want to combine here? Where is it? Here we go. I want to combine a Phoenix Stone with a Dark Matter, and this is going to create a Death Potion. So if the enemy is not immune against instant death, this will kill them. Like, guaranteed, it does not miss. Also, Lena, what do you have captured? So the little flowers only have 100 HP, so we basically just dealt 12,000 damage by doing this. Oh, I did catch a jailbear. Ricodactylus was right. Huh. Interesting. I guess, oh yeah, I wanted to have an additional one for Gilgamesh. Alrighty, and this is kind of effectively the power of a chemist. Also, this is the power of a time mage, where we can just cast exit, and we're out of here. This is the power of a chemist. If you know what to mix together, it's just ridiculously broken, really. Like, not broken in the sense that it doesn't work, it's more broken in the sense that it's just stupid strong, let's put it that way. So, alrighty, I did actually get a bunch of money on the mountain, so I'm going to go ahead and buy a strength armor and a bandana for Lena, mainly, because I want her to have like an alternative option aside from the bone meal. Bone meal is ridiculously good, but with its downside, as mentioned before. So I want her to be able to equip something that does not more or less automatically kill her if I try to heal her in combat. Is there anything else I wanna do? Not for now. I'm basically just going to wait until Moth learns White Magic level 6. Then I'm going to turn him into the chemist so he starts learning Combine, probably. Maybe. Actually, I don't know how I'm... One combiner is probably sufficient for my tastes. So yeah, as mentioned before, if you have a chemist in your party and you know what you're doing, the main reason why I actually personally don't like having a chemist in my 4-job Fiesta is because it just drowns out everything else, in the sense that it is so insanely powerful that you don't really need anything aside from a chemist. Literally, you can just easily complete the game with just a chemist, nothing else, because it can do everything, as long as you prepare things beforehand and know stuff. Which is also why I'm basically just going to take a bit of a, let's say, muted approach to the chemist. I'm not going to focus on the combination mixes too much, so I think having just one person with Combine is all I really look for. I don't need more than one person, I think. Alrighty. And we are about to have the ability to fly around for a little bit in the overworld. There is one more spell we want to pick up. that is going to be in Caesar's castle. I always forget what that castle is called anyways. In Caesar's castle we can pick up Float, which is a time magic spell that allows us to, well, float. Float means that you do no longer take any damage from floor traps or, well, damaging tiles on the floor in the overworld or in dungeons, as well as you do not take any damage from ground-based attacks like Earthquake and Earthshake and stuff like that. It's very strong, but also very specific in what it can do. And, conveniently enough, it lasts between battles, so you just set it up at some point and everybody's still floating. Oh yeah, actually, on a semi-related note, there's actually a glitch associated with Chemist that I think a lot of people don't even necessarily know about, because almost nobody I have seen mention it. And that glitch is, you know, Chemist can give you, like, absorb to certain elemental attacks, like lightning, ice and fire. It literally just heals you if you get hit by these elements instead of taking damage, which is crazy good in very specific circumstances. But also, I think what's important to note about this, it actually works very similar to the Mirage Vest glitch, where if you move items around in your inventory, that effect gets cancelled. I don't know why. I assume moving items around in your inventory effectively it just kind of makes the game check and reapply whatever buffs you are supposed to have at the beginning of combat or something like that, which does also remove all the buffs that the Chemist gave you in terms of well, elemental absorb properties. So if you want to use Image with a Mirage Vest and the Chemist, they are kind of somewhat mutually exclusive in a certain weird way. Like when you reactivate the Image proc from the Mirage Vest, you will cancel out a lot of absorbs and potential other effects from the Chemist. I actually don't know exactly what it cancels out. I think various things stay, like the doubled HP and stuff, but a lot of other things also just go away. Alrighty, so now we have a little friend where we can visit a friendly castle. So here we visit this place here. And basically at the very end of a series of rooms, which is not over here, I'm going the wrong way, we can get the float spell for our time mage. Do we need to go up on the left side? We do, alright. I never remember where to go. Wait. Oh yeah, there's 2 stairs on the left. There we go. Nope, that's the wrong one. That book over there is a Bard spell, or well, Bard magic, which is one of the best ones. Highly recommend you check that one out. There we go. That's where I want to go. I always forget how to navigate, because I almost never get a time mage. Also, that pot on the right, it's empty. It looks so conspicuous, but it's empty. There's nothing in there. And this is, I think, the first time ever I went through here without checking the plot. Nope, not here. So Forbidden Book goes into the F shelf. Then we have the Monsters Encyclopedia, is like over here. There it is. And we have the Secret of Lanka, which is like over here or so. No. It is technically alphabetical, but, you know, not really. Because the names of the books were different in Japanese. They were ordered probably differently, which is also why the ordering of this is so weird. Also, there's a bunch of money over here. Very convenient when you're struggling for money. Speaking of money, normally you don't need the Dragon Fang either, and you can just sell them for 2,500 gold. Basically, you pay 1,000 gold for a Phoenix Stone and buy 2.5 Phoenix Stones per Dragon Fang, because you use 1 Dragon Fang to get the Phoenix. Pay 1 Phoenix Stone to get a Dragon Fang. So yeah. But because we have a chemist, we actually have use for these Dragon Fangs. It feels like chemist makes everything complicated. Oh well, that's alright. I'm trying to see if there's any particularly interesting mixes we can use rather than just, you know, instantly killing enemies and stuff. Well, actually, there kind of is. But I can use this against Atmos. What does Life Shield even do? Oh, immunity to instant death. Neat. Hello, Newster, and welcome. How are you doing today? Alrighty. Minion right here. So... oh, you don't have time magic anymore, right. Hey, just defend. So this thing has like 1400 HP or something of that equivalent. It's not terribly strong overall. Takes a little bit of effort to get knocked out though. And can be paralyzed. Also, of course, if you do a physical attack on an enemy that is being controlled, they are no longer controlled. And welcome to Gilgamesh on the Boat. Gilgamesh on the Boat has 8888 HP. And once he drops below 6000 HP remaining, he is going to call in his buddy Enkidu. You can, as a matter of fact, control Enkidu if I'm not mistaken, and he's also not heavy. But here's the thing. We have a chemist. I don't usually abuse chemists because I don't like having it in my team. But he is not immune to instant death. So a dark matter plus a phoenix down creates a death potion, which, you know, quite literally knocks him out. So let's see, if we combine eye drops with a Maiden's Kiss, we get a Lamia's Kiss. Which, by the way, so pretty much every action in the game has a certain power or attack value added to it. Or, well, assigned to it. Assigned is, I think, better, not added. And some abilities feel like they kind of forgot to check the value on how strong it actually is. Because there's that combination mix that is known as Lamia's Kiss that I think, if I'm not mistaken, has a power of 255 baseline, which is way, way stronger than it feels like it should be. Alrighty. And it is also a super easy mix to create and combine with. All you do is you combine a eye drop, I think it was, with a Maiden's Kiss. Where is the Maiden's Kiss? I know I have a bunch. I did buy a bunch. There's Maiden's Kiss and eye drop. And... oh wait, Lamia's Kiss is Confusion. I was mistaken. I thought it was a different one. Hang on. Oh, Drain Kiss is what I'm thinking of. That requires turtle shells. Yeah, Drain Kiss is what I'm thinking of. I was thinking, that doesn't seem right. Yeah. Well, Lamia's Kiss is Confusion, which is kind of nice. And, if I'm not mistaken, mixes literally can't miss, so there's that. But yeah, I have one turtle shell. What else can we do with turtle shells? We can split shell, explosive, explosion, haste, Butcher's Wine, Drain Kiss, Panacea, Ether, Protect Drink. You know, Split Shell is the main thing I would want to use in a certain instance, but for that I will probably want to prepare anyways. Either way, let's just real quick demonstrate this. Yeah, this guy has actually a pretty substantial amount of defense and magic defense, and he takes 1,160 damage from this. It's ridiculous. Welcome to you, Carmack. I hope you're doing well. And hey, we get a wall ring. Yaga luck again. Wall rings are a 1 in 16 drop from these Reflect Knights. That's the main reason why I fight them in the first place. Alrighty, and here we have an undead dragon. Or not, because we have yellow dragon instead. Well, that's not what I expected to find. Let's see. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna use... Oh, I only have 6 Revivifies? I needed to buy a bunch. But I didn't have the money, did I? I'm actually not sure what to do over here. Huh. I don't want to use my resources right now, so... I guess just heal. Except you can get wall rings. Well, most people can get wall rings in some capacity. Okay, control. Ah, missed. That's very unusual. I do believe stop does technically work on these guys. Let's try to slow them first. Oof. Didn't hit. I'm gonna try and heal everybody. Well, actually, if I heal Lena, this is a problem. They cannot be confused, I'm pretty sure. So shell on Lena. I should have hasted. Alright, sure, why not? So these things love to use a thing that reduces enemies or enemies' HP by 25% of their maximum. And you can capture them in order to try and apply that to them, which is really neat. Let's try and slow this guy. Alright, we control one of them. So 2 potions make a potion that heals a little bit more. Alright, Hurricane I think should work. Very nice. That guy now has basically no HP remaining. Because Hurricane reduces your HP to critical levels, which is very convenient. Yeah, actually, here I'm just gonna wait until Lena gets a turn again. Because I want to capture one of these. Do I? Nah, they are way more experienced. If I just knock them out instead. We can capture other stuff later that just has a similar effect anyways. They are really good experience. And we get a Drain Sword. There's nothing I want to do with the Drain Sword, I just wanted the money from it. So there's that. Yes, yellow dragons among other things are definitely a good catch. And welcome to you, Deluxon. I hope you're doing well. Is this a right place to ask for help if you're stuck in your own Forge of Fiesta run? Sure, absolutely, why not? I can try to help if I actually manage to read the chat in time, or there's actually a lot of other people who know a lot about the game too. Hello, and welcome. So I have one wall ring, which is actually all I'm looking for. Because if I have somebody with a bone meal, I may want to just use the wall ring on them. That way I don't accidentally heal them if I area or group heal my party. White Mage and Time Mage, that must have been tough. Not really, it's actually really easy. Just slow, but really easy. Yes, we also have a 4-job Fiesta, or well, is it 4-job Fiesta liable? I don't even remember. Yes, we have a 4-job Fiesta channel in Discord too. So does, for that matter, Magus. If one Discord is asleep, the other one is almost guaranteed to be awake, let's put it that way. You know what, we are strong enough to just go straight in here, and this time I'm gonna remember to remove the bone meal from Lena. That way we can actually heal her desirable monster in a box. Alrighty, here we have a red dragon who likes to attack us with fire. I forget what the fire attack is called, but it hits everybody for like 300, 400, 500 damage. But if I... let's see, where is it? Fire... Alrighty, if I combine an ether... I hope I have one. Yep, I have some. Combine an ether with eye drops. We have resist fire, and it's actually not resist fire as much as it's literally just absorb fire. It's actually ridiculously good. So this guy is heavy, but also undead, so we can try and hit him like a truck, basically. Oh yeah, you can control him. Yeah, that's fine. And I'm just gonna hit you. I'll try to anyways. Atomic Ray, there it is. Oh yeah. It's a bit stronger than I anticipated, but good enough. Fairies can basically be no longer touched. So we're gonna resist fire on you as well. Haste on you. Image on you. So Lena is now also pretty much invulnerable. And then resist fire on you. And resist fire on you. So once again, if I actually move items around in my inventory, the resist fire is gone. It's kind of like the refreshing of the Mirage West in a, well, unfortunately kind of negative kind of way. Alrighty, so this guy here, he's undead. How do we deal with undead enemies? Well, we can throw, for example, potions at him. And potions for a chemist are doubled in power. So we actually deal 1000 damage just throwing a high potion at this guy. Pretty crazy. And image. And boom! Thank you for the heal. And this is my favorite thing to do in video games. Get to a point where I literally can't lose anymore, because we are basically invulnerable to more or less everything this guy can do. And then we win. Of course, he could technically get through image eventually, but you know, then I just refresh the image. Also, by the way, because he's undead, if I use a dancing dagger and I get one of the absorb dances, that would backfire. So that's why I'm not using the dancing dagger here. I'm just lazy to switch as well. And I need to buy high potions as well as Revivify, also known as Holy Water. There we go. So, and our price to defeating this guy is a gold hairpin, which, as mentioned before, reduces all MP cost by half. Which is kind of ridiculously good. It doesn't have any other defensive stats, but that's just all it has. Oh, I forgot! You don't have the coronet anymore, so your control is not nearly as reliable. Ah, that's why. That's why. No, I'm gonna just give you the coronet again. Because I'm gonna forget. Okie dokie. There we go. Do we have a clever way of dealing with this guy? Actually, one of the very few things a chemist cannot do is put an enemy to sleep, and the only thing this thing here is vulnerable to is sleep in terms of status effects. So he's just gonna knock out somebody. It's fine. This is gonna be Atmos. Has 3 less than 20,000 HP, and it has a very simple AI script set. If nobody in your party is dead on the floor, then he will cast Comet twice per turn, and it's hasted, so it gets a ridiculous amount of turns because it's way faster than you. So for a regular character, that is 2 to 3 turns for one of your turns, and Comet will basically kill somebody. That's just how it is going to be. And unfortunately, he just knocked out Lena, which kind of is the person I wanted to keep alive. It'll be fine. Alrighty. So, let's see, what am I gonna do? I'm going to use a Kiss of Blessing, which is probably Maiden's Kiss plus Dragonfang, if I'm not mistaken. No, that's like Dragon's Kiss. Kiss of Blessing is Holy Water and Maiden's Kiss. Ah, there it is. So Revivify. So Kiss of Blessing hastes, images and berserks the target. So I'm gonna do this to Moth here. And by the way, the berserk works regardless of whether the enemies or the character is immune to berserk or not. It actually just completely ignores the berserk immunity status, which means you can literally berserk every enemy and boss. Which is kind of a source of a lot of, well, unintended use of berserk status, but I'm not gonna use that. I'm only going to berserk whatever can be berserked. And that includes my buddy here. Alrighty, then we haste you, because next, so Moth is now berserked, who is going to attack for 50% more attack power, but more importantly, I have Revivifies plus, I think potions it was. Where was it? Holy Water, Samson Power. Oh, Antidote it is. Alright, Antidote and Revivify leads to Samson Power, which increases a character's level by 10. And if you know this game just a little bit, increasing a level by 10 means that your damage output is going to effectively skyrocket. Because all damage is, or takes, well actually, almost all damage takes levels into account. So for a very cheap mix of both antidotes and holy waters that you can buy, instead of doing anything else, you can just combine something that increases your damage in combat by a ridiculous amount. I'm just actually limited by how many Revivifies I bought earlier, but you can see it already deals more than double the damage right there. It's ridiculous, actually. Right, that's my last holy water, and now we just wait. Does Berserking Atmos neutralize him? Well, he's just going to physically attack you a bunch. It doesn't look like the thing can physically attack you, but that's all it can do when you berserk a character. Like, literally, a berserk character only ever physically attacks and does nothing else. I actually have no idea how strong Atmos is in terms of attack power. So... not sure. It's a very angry white mage. Also, when that character gets too close to Atmos, it will get absorbed and removed from the battlefield. So, what you normally want to do, if you don't have really good damage output, is you kill off another character and then revive the character that is kind of close to Atmos. That way you prolong the time in when he or between he can pelt you with comets again. Because if the character gets removed from the battlefield, it's no longer knocked out on the floor, which means Atmos goes back into spamming comets at you, which, as I could see, can deal really high damage there. That's what you were wondering. You know you can Berserk Omniscient, but then he punches you for 1 billion damage. Yes, Omniscient is stupid strong. But I actually don't know the attack power of this guy, because Omniscient can normally be Berserk, that is part of the deal. But I've never berserked Atmos, so to speak. Let's see, Atmos has an attack multiplier of 10 and an attack of 10. So actually, Atmos deals basically no damage to you. It would have an attack power of 15 when you berserk it. And as long as you have 15, actually, plus something. Let's put it this way, if you have at least 17 physical defense, Atmos will deal no damage to you. So you can easily just Kiss of Blessing him and then just hit him until you win. He's barely getting through your armor even as a mage. Yes, pretty much. Oh, you have Beastmasters and Bards. Let's see. Okay, give me a second. Well, I guess let's just say a quick break. Sorry about that. We are back. Alrighty, I'm back. And welcome to you, Askrand. Hello, how are you doing today? Hey, back. Bye, back. Next time I'm going to try and remember to name my character back. Alrighty, trying to think. So, in the cave here, we could technically grind out and try to get some light staves, which the white mage can equip a light staff and break it. Actually, as a matter of fact, we have all three classes in our team that can in fact equip light staves and break them. Time Mage can equip and break them, White Mage can equip and break them, and Chemist can equip and break them. We're literally just missing the Freelancer from all the different varieties of jobs that can possibly equip staves. So this is very unusual actually. Either way, breaking a light staff will cast Holy on an enemy, which is Holy Element with an attack power of, what, 240 or something like that? It's ridiculously strong, and the final boss of this area here is in fact weak to it. However, in order to acquire them, we need to fight these Metamorpha enemies, and there's a few caveats to that. For one, the Metamorphos have 7,000 HP, so that's a lot. For two, you can only defeat them to get a light staff drop while they are still in their base form, which means if they transform, you have to wait. And for three, well, we don't really have a good way of dealing with them, really. Like, we can technically do it, but it would potentially take a while. I can just demonstrate it briefly. We do have, I guess, a semi-decent way of dealing with them. Because what we can do, which by the way, they are faster than we are. What we can do is we can wait until they transform, and then we can use Dimium them. They are heavy right now, but after they transform, they are no longer considered as heavy. So we can actually do this. So that's 3,500 damage right there. And you don't have dimensional magic. In fact, I don't think anybody has. Can you control this one? Nope, cannot. Oh yeah, I only have time magic on one character right now. Huh. So this is pretty good damage. They can also be berserk, these enemies here, so there's that, I guess. And change back, so he still has 3,500 HP right now. Haste yourself, Galuf. Just break 3 sticks over X-Dev's head. Yeah, even if you have max damage, it's actually not quite enough, but it's so close that it might just be enough anyways, in a sense. By the way, Metamorphos are weak against wind and water elements, so these are actually things you can technically do to them. Change! Alright, this time we get Shiva, which means we're gonna take a ton of ice-based damage in just a second here. I'm just gonna shell up Galuf. We should survive it either way, but this is just kind of insurance policy, if you will. Not sure how much HP... Oh! You can paralyze them. I didn't even realize that. Right, how much HP do you have left? 969. Alright. The transformations always attack once. And then they transform back. So yeah, we can take on Metamorphos, but it's a 1 in 16 chance to... get the light staff drop, and this would be taking quite a while. We can do it, but... you know... too much time invested for my taste, because we are way stronger than most other enemies anyways. So I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Alright, let's go. You can control them? Well, at least I couldn't earlier. Maybe you can control the base form of the Metamorphos? Oh yeah, you can. Huh, what do they do when you control them? They have Old, Ice 3 and Shell. Oh yeah, it actually wouldn't be even too bad, huh? If we just let them pelt themselves with Ice 3. Well, it would still take a while. Okay. Thank you for pointing that out, because I tried to control the shape-shifted character, so to speak, but I didn't try to control the baseline Metamorpho. It's not fast, but it's free. Yes, indeed. I'm actually really looking forward to the X-Dev fight at the end of World 2, because I can finally realize a combo that I've been thinking of since a long time, and I could just never actually use. Because... well... you don't usually get a Time Mage and a White Mage in your team at the same time in a Photo Fiesta. Alrighty. Turtle Sage, yep. He's a very friendly Turtle Sage. Likes pizza. A ninja. Maybe that's why ninjas are so insanely powerful in this game. I was just kind of thinking, do I want to... I think I want to go ahead and grind a few levels. So we have about 900 HP, which should be easily sufficient for the rest of the game. Okie dokie. Now, normally this is where I would buy the wind daggers, but we don't really have much use for them. First of all, most importantly to me, I'm getting the second Guardian Dagger in the game. Which, once again, it's a 1 in 4 chance to just block physical attacks. It's amazing. I really, really like this thing. And then... we can get more spells. Let's see, what do we get? We can get new white magic spells as well as time magic, if I'm not mistaken. Here we have Cure 3, which if it's single targeted, it heals a target to full. Multi-target, it just heals a lot to multiple targets. Wall, well, it reflects spells. And Berserk, if an enemy is susceptible to Berserk, they literally cannot dodge the Berserk status effect. And they will only ever do physical attacks and nothing else. Also, their attack power increases by 50%. But if you basically Berserk an enemy as a white mage, you just put image on your party members and you win. That's literally it. There's not anything else the enemies can do at that point. Don't need any black magic spells, but we would like to have haste 2 for their time mage. We can now haste everybody in our team at the same time, rather than just one by one. And we could get quarter and old spells, which... there's not a whole lot of enemies that are susceptible to ult, even though it is a really strong status effect. And as much as you might think, but level 2 ult actually ignores the immunity to ult status effect, and just does it anyways. But ult, I can think of 2 enemies that are susceptible to it at this point. And it's kind of expensive. Quarter is actually a misnomer. It's not quarter as much as it is an eighth. So Demi reduces enemy's current HP by half, but quarter reduces an enemy's current HP by 7/8. Yeah, it's actually way stronger than it seems. Like, it's not 3/4, it is 7/8. And that's actually great for capturing enemies with a Beastmaster, if they are not heavy. Now, there's another catch to that. I actually forgot to grab the Kornaga Gourd, which is an accessory that allows a Beastmaster to capture enemies when they fall below half HP rather than below 1/8 HP, but it also costs like 10,000 gold. But hey, I will probably still get it because I think it's gonna be great regardless. Either way, I want to grab a bunch of high potions, a bunch of revivifies, yep. Giant Potion are probably the most useful ones of the bunch because they double your HP. And Hero Potions increase your level by 10. It's like the Samsung mix, except only on yourself, because you have to use these potions via the drink command. The only other noteworthy one is the Power Potion. It actually does not work. It is supposed to increase your attack power by a bunch, but it doesn't because of bugs. So this one actually only affects Goblin Punch power, and it's one other thing. I forget what the other thing was. Either way, Power Potion basically for most intents and purposes does not do anything. Alright, also a few Phoenix Stones. Let's see, what can I sell? I don't have a whole lot of things I can sell. We can sell the Drain Sword, which is a decent amount of money. Don't need the Plumed Hats anymore. We sell the Gold Shield. Don't sell the Air Blade. We have better whips than the Thunder Whips, as much as I like that thing. Then, normally I sell the Dragon Fangs, I sell all the potions, but not today. Gotta keep the Stealth Robe and Bandana because they give agility. That may be useful. Don't need the Silver Ring anymore, don't need the Mithril Dagger anymore. Alright. Okay, hang on, wasn't there... Oh yeah, Ethers. I wanted to buy Ethers at some point, because they're actually useful for mixes too. So expensive! More Revivifies, more Antidotes. At least Antidotes are cheap. And the rest in Phoenix Stones. I didn't need buy any equipment, I just bought supplies. That's all we need. This run looks like it will be full of status effects, pretty much. Berserk is considered a buff as far as you know. Yes, actually, that is accurate. Because you need to use Dispel Magic on a character in order to remove the Berserk status. Exactly what Kirisa says. Also, I guess I actually never thought of it that way. That Berserk doesn't miss because it's considered a buff spell. Huh. Yeah, actually, I never thought about it that way. That makes sense. If Berserk gives an attack damage bonus, then it would make sense that it would be considered a buff. Yeah. Definitely agree. And there is a precedence for you gaining immunity to a buff, by the way. If you equip the Bone Mail, you are actually immune to the regeneration buff. With the exception of the Protect Ring, which has innate regeneration buff, so it actually overrides that immunity anyways. So in fact, we actually know what would happen if you possibly could give regeneration to an undead enemy. It gets healed anyways. Random fun fact. Actually, is this the most status effect oriented normal Forge of Fiesta you could have? I guess Bard might be more as a third option. Yes, Bard would be the one thing that would make this entire team even more support-y than it already is. Beastmaster is like a half support. I consider Beastmaster half support, kind of like Thief is like 3/4 support. They do have other things they can do too, but Beastmaster is often like largely support oriented. Blue Mage instead of White Mage for status effects? Kind of. Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Also, hey, that chest I never want to pick up because it contains something completely useless actually contains a giant's drink. Doubles your HP if you drink it as a chemist. But you specifically have to use the drink command, so... While our chemist will be able to use these, don't really have much other use for these. Which reminds me, how far are you, Moth? 67 out of 100. Alright, that's fine. Also, by the way, if you have a team of white mages and do a quad white mage or a solo white mage playthrough, here you finally get the Morning Star. Which is the next weapon after you had the flail for a ridiculously long time, let's put it that way. Currently I'm just kind of contemplating whether I should tackle Omega. Like, we have two different ways of defeating Omega. The straightforward way. Or the glitchy way. And the glitchy way, I guess, has two branches. One is the quick leak, or you can also use... Huh. The SNES version has the same animation from all sides. The animation actually is slightly altered in the Game Advance version, where Ikaki doesn't do a jump from the side or from the front, they just only check things. Either way, we can do glitchy side via Kiss of Blessing or Quick Leak, or we could do it the straightforward way, or we could just ignore him, because it's actually a lot of work. Let's see. Flipping through the items in the FAQ, you get a small damage bonus when using Goblin Punch with the Light Staff, Sage Staff, or a Staff of Judgment. Each of those have a slightly higher throw attack value. Huh, interesting. And yes, items have separate attack values compared to their menu values, potentially. As far as you found, that's the only three. I see. By the way, a Flame Shield is worth quite a bit of money, which is why I pick it up. We could have instead, before the fire burned everything down, picked up the Aegis Shield instead. Which would be the better all-around shield. But we can't use shield anyway, so I just picked them up for the money instead. Similarly, I pick up this weapon over here for the monies. So I'm also gonna go ahead and give Galef a Reflector Ring or the Wall Ring already, because I'm gonna forget this otherwise. And you might be wondering, wait, don't you normally go and save before defeating the crystals? Yeah, normally, but we have a Chemist and we have Dark Matters. And if you have seen the Hyria plant as well as the Gilgamesh on the boat fight, these things here are also susceptible to instant death. And combines never miss. All hearts have a throw value and attack value of 0. Right. You cannot normally throw harps, so the only way you could figure out that value is by Goblin Punching. Goblin Punch throw, I think, is the same for attack power. And yes, with the Goblin Punch, you do actually get the displayed attack power of 100 from the Excalibur weapon. Alrighty, welcome to the crystals, which, well, thanks to having a chemist, are going to be super easy. Because these crystals here are actually, for a lot of teams in the 4-drop Fiesta, quite tricky to tackle. They have 7,777 HP each. Initially, all they do is do physical attacks. They do hit decently hard, but it's not too concerning. But more importantly, they are vulnerable to a variety of status effects. However, because they are really high level, specifically level 77, and have a decent amount of magic evasion, hitting these spell effects is actually not that likely. Except, as mentioned before, if you have something that always hits. And they can be just killed via a number of death potions. That's all we need to do. So yeah, if they drop below 3000 HP remaining, they will actually go into a berserk mode if you want. The crystal I just killed is wind. It will pelt your entire party for about 400-ish wind-based damage with Arrow Ga, or Arrow 3. The one I killed before that is the one that casts Aquarate, which is non-elemental damage, because as much water as it looks, it's not actually water-based damage. The one I just killed was the Fire Crystal, which hits your entire party for about 600 to 700 damage. They are slightly different, basically. On this one here is the Earth-based Crystal. If you have float, you don't get hit, otherwise you get hit for like 500 to 600 damage. So yeah, we win. I mean, on the other hand, put Goblin Punch on a character with Brave Blade, and it should deal 150 baseline power attack, right? I actually don't know whether that's true or not. I think there was a catch to that. Aside from that you have to be able to equip knight-based weapons. Alrighty, and I'm going to cosplay Galuf as the character who is just going to stare his opponents down until they give up, no matter what he gets hit by. So on this upcoming cutscene battle, you literally cannot lose with Galuf. He is too angry to die, because he wants to protect everybody. He absolutely despises X-Death for basically knocking his granddaughter around and capturing his friends and torturing everybody. So he's too angry. I'm gonna just wait. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna haste him, so he is gonna attack himself more quickly. And now I'll just stare at him. You forgot, dude. Knights have innate 200. No, you actually have to equip that. So yeah, after you deal, what, like 7,500 damage to X-Death, the cutscene commences, so to speak. Without a Reflect Ring, this would probably take quite a while longer. There's other means of ending the battle early, like I could equip the Bone Mail on use a Phoenix Stone on him to instantly kill him instead. Which also ends the battle, and there's no difference in what you do in the battle, it will always basically result in the same in the end. Or using Exploder on him works as well as using Fusion as a blue mage. Fusion normally knocks out your character and heals an allied character for full HP and MP, but if you are the only character, you just knock yourself out and give yourself full MP in the process, for that matter. I think I have to attack him now, otherwise it's not gonna proceed if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. The only thing you know about Goblin Punch is that there are only 2 opportunities, 2 story battles, to grab it in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. If you don't grab it then, you never can. Nice, alright. Never played a Final Fantasy Tactics game. I don't know, I've just never been really interested in the tactics thingies. I've played my share of it and I'm good. For now. Maybe eventually. You really wish they hadn't raised limited shops in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. It takes away a lot of the mix and matching possibilities. Makes sense. But you can also look at it from the other perspective. It also eliminates a lot of potential bugs and potential problems that could arise for the developers trying to balance and make everything work properly, so the game actually can be good despite certain mixing combinations not technically working out together. That's just, I don't actually know anything about the game, that's just kind of the first thing that came to mind. So I guess there might be a silver lining, maybe. Pretty sure you can use transfusion, yes. You much prefer Fire Emblem's approach for the tactics. You see, that's kind of where I'm in the opposite side of things. I prefer it like it is in Shadowrun Returns, where you have 3 to 4 team members, and that's it. And then you move, like, tactically through various areas. I prefer if the areas make more sense outside of just being purely for tactical purposes, for one, but also I want them to be really small scale personally. So Fire Emblem basically is none for me. Not anymore. I actually used to really like that. Not sure what shifted, but something did. Alrighty, welcome to the team, Kara. There's a slight shift in character here, where you lose Galuf, but you gain Kara. Functionally, Kara has all the same jobs and masteries and abilities as Galuf, as per cutscene. But also, there is a slight difference in terms of stats. Galuf had the highest vitality, as in life gain, so to speak, and the lowest agility. In Kara's, they're pretty much the exact opposite. She is the fastest character with the least amount of vitality. She has above average magic power as well as basically no physical attack strength. Alrighty, and what was Galuf? I think a time mage? Yeah, he was a time mage. Alright, I'm just kind of trying to think. Is there anything in particular I wanna pick up before going into the area? Let's see, we have not that many high potions, but thanks to having a white mage and a time mage and the chemist, we don't need that many. And in fact, the main purpose for me having potions is to mixing them. Oh yeah, actually, one thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to invest a little bit of time in... Yeah. I'm gonna invest a little bit of time into... grinding just a little bit. I want to have about 800 to 900 HP on everybody in order to, well, basically have enough HP for Almagest in the end. And we can also just complete the job training for everybody in the meantime too, I think. So that's kind of going hand in hand, I feel. So let's do that. Hey Tyrion, welcome. Did I take a break yet? Yes, actually I have this time. And welcome. How are you doing? You're doing great. Nice, glad to hear that. I think I slept well. It's actually interesting. The last 2 nights, I might not have slept enough, still tired after waking up, but for once, since quite a while, I actually didn't wake up in the middle of my sleep. And here's a weird, well, maybe not weird, but a thing. So, basically, my bed is your old standard bed with, like, horizontal... Like, it's basically a bed frame and a mattress on top of it, and the bed frame below has, like, horizontal, like, wooden beams, or whatever you want to call them. And one of those wooden beams actually has fallen out, like, about a year or 2 or so ago. And it was just kind of standing next to my bed for quite a while. And it was a lot of effort to put it back in, and so I didn't put it back in for quite... Why am I here? I'm in the wrong space. I wanted to grind. I didn't put it back in for quite a while, so there was just kind of, like, right around my shoulder blades, there was, like, one of these supports missing, and I didn't really think much of it until I just kind of randomly stood on top of my bed and one of my feet sank in pretty deep. When I remembered, I was like, huh, I wonder if that has anything to do with good sleep. So, took me like 20 minutes to wedge that thing back in there. It was quite the effort, and maybe it helps, I don't know. I hope it did. Alrighty, welcome to the most annoying enemy in the game if you try to defeat it without having control. Oh my goodness. Back attack? That's just rude, dude. You don't have anything. So, this thing has about 20,000 HP. And the flame attack is something that deals a lot of damage. Specifically, it deals 25% of your maximum health in damage every time you use it on a character. And because it also does not break the control, this thing is just going to knock itself out. So this thing starts with shell and armor, which basically deal half damage. It has really high defense in the first place. And it's not actually undead, despite on how it looks. You cannot just throw healing things at her, it doesn't work. It's not weak to anything in particular, and once it is below half HP, it just runs away. Unless you specifically control it via a Beastmaster. And this thing gives you 1,000 gold, 2,500 experience for everybody, meaning that's a total of 10,000 experience per enemy encountered. So you level up actually decently fast here. Kara, you do not want the wall ring for now, otherwise it can't heal you properly. Alright, and that thing is also decently fast, so I think even with a not back attack, he's gonna be faster than me. Yep. So I still wanna sit in the back row. So, and now we just tell it to flame itself. And then we wait. We could actually get away with 4 flames and then doing some physical attack that deals at least 4 damage. But I would need to count how many flames I'm doing in that case. And hey, Life Tactics, welcome. How are you doing today? I think that's the last flame going to go on here. The thing is, it has so much defense that most regular physical attacks deal 0 damage and just knock it out of the control instead, which is definitely not what I'm looking for here. Level 25. Yeah, 800 to 900 HP is gonna be my goal. So basically, Kara hitting 750 is fine. Or maybe the White Mage 900, whatever is earlier. We don't need to have everybody survive an Almagus. We just want to have probably 2 people guaranteed survive one. That is sufficient for my taste. Haste here. Control. Control. You missed. Wow, both of them missed. The reason why I haste Lena rather than Butts is because she actually has the Hypnochronic equip, which means the chance of her hitting control is significantly increased. That reminds me, I do want to get the Kornaga Gourd as well. And you actually vote for Jackanapes as a more annoying enemy. Oh, that's fair. I'm not gonna deny that one. But at least Jackanapes don't have a tantalizing amount of experience to distribute when you do defeat them. They are completely worthless. So they're easier to just go, I'm just gonna run away from. By the way, in case you're also wondering, in Final Fantasy VI you can press a button to basically pass your turn to a different character without losing your current A to B gauge fill. You cannot do this in this game. You have to defend or take any other action in order to be able to pass the turn to another character. I figured I might mention that once in a while. Gain some more levels, and we have White Magic level 6. As I've mentioned before, White Magic level 7 is technically mastering it, but the last job level is like MP plus 20% or something like that, which you have to equip in order for it to actually activate, so the last White Magic level is mostly pointless. So we're actually gonna turn you into a chemist now, with you know, control for now is fine. No bone mail. Elf cape. This is fine. And we're gonna turn you into a White Mage now. With Combine. Because Combine is ridiculously powerful in all its aspects. Alrighty. So we now have a White Mage with Combine, we have a Chemist with White Magic but no Combine, and who is going to learn Combine soon. We will eventually have Lena as the Beastmaster, be able to catch and release. Which, by the way, fun fact, capturing and releasing shield dragons makes them cost Almagest. Which sounds amazing, but at the point where you can finally capture and release these guys, they're actually not as strong as I would like them to be, all things considered. Control! Control! Alright, control worked. Just gonna cure you in the meantime. Funny, you were just wondering why you were defending. Ah, I see. Yay, for timely explanations. By the way, if you have any questions, feel free to just ask them, because I'm terrible at reading chat, let me be honest, but I'm trying, so if you'd like to know things that you think are just a little bit strange, or hey, why don't you just do this? That seems way more efficient. Feel free to voice these things, because sometimes I actually have a reason as to why I don't do things or do things the way I do, and sometimes I'm just being a dingus, where it's like, oh yeah, that would be way better. Final Fantasy V was your first Final Fantasy. When you played Final Fantasy VI afterwards, you learned the skip turn functionality. You were so happy. Nice. Yeah, skipping or pausing turns is really nice in Final Fantasy VI. Definitely one of these features that I'm kinda missing in this one. Among other things, I would like to be able to use the L and R buttons for navigating the menu, which you can in the Game Boy Advance version. As well as I would like to be able to multi-target all enemies with the R button as well, rather than, you know, having to go to the back of the enemy. Things like just kind of little quality of life changes I personally would like to have. L plus R in the menu is the best feature of the GBA. It's definitely really nice. Because it enables your favorite glitch. Well, I suppose you can also go that way about it. Don't blame you. What's the difference between an orange? Usually the left side is slightly darker than the other side. Oh, you actually managed to control, huh? Well, that's awkward. Because now Lena is hasted. Slow down, Lena, you're way too fast. Yeah. Nice, it actually worked. Now Lena is no longer going to interfere as much with the turn order. Hello and welcome. Alright, gained a bunch more levels. Let's see, how far are we? Chemist is basically there, Mediator is basically there for level purposes. You know what, this is fine. Level 27 is fine. We don't need much more. The reason I want to do this in World 2 is, for one, Then I already have the levels, which is useful as well, even if I don't necessarily strictly need it. But it also is nice to have, quite simply, because if I want to grind in there later in World 3, there's actually going to be XDev souls, which, well, they don't give any experience at all, they're just gonna be annoying. So we circumvent them entirely. Okay, so the thing I forgot earlier is getting the Cornago gourd. There is a specific accessory that allows me to capture enemies at 50% HP missing rather than what it currently is, which is, well, a lot more than 50 really. Okay, you get equip whips, so I'm gonna equip a chain on you, elf, angel suit, green beret for speed. You get light magic for guardian dagger. You don't get a wall ring. I actually need another accessory for you. You have combined, that's fine. You have control, you know, that's fine too. But I would like, well, actually, no, I would like to have 2 people with time magic in the end. So, do you have time magic? Level 2, not good enough. Ah, you do actually have time magic. Huh. Well, that's actually awkward that I put combined on you, huh? Oh well, but it's gonna learn it soon. So I'm looking for a Cornago, which is a toad. Toads can or cannot be friendly, but they're not frogs, so it's fine. There is a Cornago, alright. We're gonna use one of our new spells, Quarter, in order to reduce an enemy's current HP by 1/8. Oh, to 1/8. By 7/8 is reduced. And I should be able to just catch it now. And there we go. We have a toad. Toads are great friends. Yep. Yet we capture one in order to give to this guy who may not have the nicest intentions. So this thing here, he wants a frog, but we actually sell him a toad because frogs are friends, not food. And we get the Cornaga gourd or the Corna jar, which is gonna make capturing enemies way easier than before. He just wants a friend. Right, he wants a friend to invite for dinner. Not actually eat them, what are you thinking about? When he says he can finally eat now, he means that, well, he finally has a buddy to share a meal with because he really likes flies. Which is weird for people. So, he's just looking for a friend. If you would like to have a friend that is also food, then go for fish. Fish are friends and food. Frogs are just friends, not food. Toads? I don't know. You decide. Actually, I'm not gonna get time magic up there in time with you, am I? I'm just trying to think on how I want to handle this. One person with white magic is probably fine. Don't need more than one. What else? Also, this is probably where I will start using time magic in order to flee from combat. Which means I would like to have my time mage be the fastest character in the team. Please don't back attack me, that's just mean. Alright, actually I do have a different plan now on how I want to do this. Yeah, that'll be fine. Not now, but later. See? Oh wait, I accidentally walked back. I was a little bit distracted. You're just going to be a bit pedantic here. But toads are a subtype of frog, so eating toad is eating frog, therefore wrong. Don't eat toads. Oh. Okay. Invite toads for dinner. No eating them. That's fine. Can you get slow on X-Death by using Reflect? If you cast Reflect on X-Death yourself, reflect it off yourself, and he counts the paste that will reflect off of him. Yes, probably. I actually don't know Kamaru. This is the first time I get to test this, and I want to... This is the team I've been waiting for that can finally try and pull that off. Because if you try to slow X-Death, he's gonna haste himself as a counter reaction, which means he's gonna, instead of being half as fast, he's gonna be twice as fast. So I never got to try and pull this combo off right here, because, you know, I don't usually have Time Mage and White Mage to try that. It's not too hard to hit him with a slow to begin with, especially with Chemist. Oh yeah, I guess we can increase levels, huh? Interesting point. So we want to have somebody with time magic that is going to get their levels increased. Which I guess is gonna be Ferris. Huh. That takes time though. But we have all the time in the world with this team. We have so much survivability that he is not gonna be able to do much of anything against us. I think I want to catch a magic dragon, but preferably not in a back attack. Ha! Nobody died. But hey, we can just exit from here. Bye! Actually, I'm gonna give Kara some equipment so she has the highest speed. So I'm gonna give her the dancing dagger and some other stuff. So she's gonna be slightly faster than everybody else. Dancing dagger for you for +1 agility. You get one of my elf capes. Wall ring, sure. Actually no, wall ring is not good. Actually just unequip, it's fine. Here, you get the elf cape. You get the corner jar. You get the power ring, that at least gives you some defense. Bum, bum. Bye. You forgot about Dragon's Kiss. Oh yeah, Dragon's Kiss is going to work technically. But I'm probably not gonna set it up either way. We're gonna just boost one person up into the stratosphere in terms of power, and then we just go to town. Also here, we have a time mage that can use float. So everybody's floating now, nobody takes damage from the lava tiles. How convenient. One in 3 chance? Yeah, it would be 1 in 3 chance. That is true. Magic Dragon costs Blaze when released, indeed. 25% of an enemy's maximum HP just straight up gone. Which actually means if you have 4 times catch in the release, unless the enemy has more than basically 40,000 HP, they're just gonna instantly die to 4 25% attacks. Well, with one caveat. The element of the percentage attacks needs to be... well, they need to be not immune to it. If they're weak to it, they actually take way more damage as well, so that can be useful. Ow. Mediation is no joke. You got a Hayate bow from the Abductor in Exter's Castle as well as a Judgment Staff Steel? Wow. I didn't even know you could get these things from this guy. Nice. I actually never really tried to steal much from that guy. I think the common steal is like an ether or something. Also, by the way, these are golems. They are inherently petrified, of course, and if you unpetrify them, they become too soft to live. Which is, I think, what the PlayStation version calls it. Became too soft to live. Which makes a lot of sense if you think about it that way. Ah, missed. If you hit one of the pillars, you get into a forced encounter that you cannot run away from. So you kind of have to knock these guys out. Well, they don't give much experience or useful things at all, for the most part. They also like to cause confusion. Oh, they cause confusion as a counterattack to damage. Let's see. Unequip the chain. Actually, I equipped the Guardian Dagger. We have 2 Guardian Daggers that are not equipped. What is this madness? Really? What? What? You can cast that on 2 characters? What just happened? I've never seen that before. Wow. Two versus 2 now. One way to put it. Ferris was watching too closely. Apparently, I've never seen this before, actually. I've never seen him confuse 2 characters at the same time. What the heck? Fascinating. I just want these chests for the money. Can't use the weapons either way. Ow. Also, by the way, these encounters here are really dangerous, so running away from them is really difficult, unless you have a guaranteed runaway attack, spell, or ability. AI is grid 1, nothing, target the whole party. Charm, react damage, charm. Oh, so he actually targeted everybody, but only 2 characters did get hit. I didn't know there was an enemy in the game that would actually target everybody and then charm. This is only for the extra cast one. Yeah, this is a special one. Because it also doesn't give experience. I actually didn't know about that. Then again, I also usually completely avoid them. I don't try to fight them. But I had no idea that was a thing. Yellow Dragon. You know what? Let's try to court this guy. Oh, you missed. Here, let me see. What did I need to do? Revivify an antidote, I think. Yeah, this gives plus 10 levels. Oh yeah, actually, this is even easier. I can just control. I forgot about this entirely. Control is so crazy strong in random battles. Just have him hurricane himself to put him into critical HP. And then you win. They don't call him a Oiseau for nothing. Okay, it's supposed to be oiseau rare. Yeah, it's a rare bird. Oiseau is the French word for bird. I mean, yeah, it's a case of the translator just doesn't know a word, so they make the best out of it. So yeah. And yes, these guys can drop coral rings, that is indeed accurate. Come on, Lena. You do have the Hypnochron equipped, right? Yeah, you do. Good job. Yes, the rare drop is a coral ring. I don't really have any use for it, but... you know... the crit deck could be useful. All 3 enemies, the same one from here. Oiseau rare? I'm pretty sure they give experience in Part 3. Bye. Same name? Oh yeah, yeah. There's a bunch of enemies that have the same name but are technically different creatures. Also, I need to make everybody float again. You can multi-target float. I know. I just accidentally clicked first and then decided to just roll with it for some reason. Cost me way more MP. Considering how hard it can be to interpret Japanese interpretations of foreign words in the early internet days of this patch is quite impressive. I agree. Honestly, overall this translation patch, they put a lot of work into this and I really like it overall and how much they managed to do. Control, nice. Nice. That is 3/4 HP gun. They absorb thunder damage as healing, of course, so you kinda don't want to use that. Hurricaned. You have a Guardian Dagger. Goodbye. No, we just have Leno capture this one here. Because if you catch and release them, they basically also have a 25% max HP damage ability to all enemies. Kind of like the magic dragons. It's just lightning element instead of fire, which can make a difference, a notable one for that matter. But yeah. Actually, one thing I'm curious about, does the metal actually knock you down? It does. Alright. I actually don't know which one of these tiles will knock you down to the previous floor. No idea. I just know that these two here on the right, on the left side, on this bottom center are safe. This team looks incredibly strong. They are basically just completely invulnerable to more or less everything an enemy can do to them. It's pretty crazy. Each one of these 3 lines has 1 hole, but you forget which ones. Oh! I didn't realize there was only 1 hole per line. Neat. You finished your 3rd in a row white mage start last night. Wow. Nice. Which one is the partisan? There it is. The other chest contains a throwing weapon for the ninja that is not worth anything when selling. It's the Huma Shuriken. It's ridiculously strong though. I recommend you pick it up. Alright, I think so the next boss here is not really susceptible to much of anything. I don't remember whether you can actually slow him or not though. I didn't buy any power potions, did I? I should have. You still have the whips? Yeah, this is fine. Alrighty, welcome to Gilgamesh and some good music. Sonic Wave halves your level, so your damage output is rather pitiful at that point. First of all, we haste everybody, so we're gonna be twice as quick compared to what we were before. Then second one, we're immediately going to start with Antidote and Revivify, increasing the level of bots by 10 each time we do this. Then, oh, that doesn't have anything to do actually. Ah. Yeah, this is fine. Gotta give Lena a chain and just attack. She doesn't have anything to do, I guess. Because you have not a whole lot to do either. What I'm gonna do with you is I'm just gonna have you attack. Gonna slow you. I don't know whether you can slow him or not. I had timeouts so rarely that I just don't remember. Alright, let's see. Gonna increase... No, wait. Let's see, what was the mix again? The mix for... Kiss of Blessing. Kiss of Blessing. I never remember. There it is. Maiden's Kiss and Holy Water. Here. I'm not using it against enemy in case you're curious, but this is Berserk and Image and Haste at the same time. And I'm just Berserking my cactus so they hit like a truck. And... well, that's all I really do for them, they just hit like a truck now. Do not want them to be blinded, because blind reduces your chance to hit by 75%. And that's just how I'm gonna deal damage to these enemies, just Berserk and hit like a truck now. And I don't know, just try and slow him, I guess. Hurricane, critical HP. There's not a whole lot he can do in order to do deal damage over the top of image, but it's fine. Eye drops, so give you some 10 levels. So Lena deals more damage. Oh wait, that's Lamia's kiss. That would confuse. That would not be good. Ha! New, Cure. I hope she doesn't have the bone mail equipped anymore. Nope, alright, we're fine. So Maiden's Kiss, Eye Drop. Wait, no. Revivify Eye Drop, there it is, that's what it was. No wait, that's Elemental Power. That increases all your magic damage by 50% if it's elemental, which she's not attacking with elements. I'm messing up stuff. Drain Kiss is crazy good. Because... yeah. What was it? Antidote and Revivify? Samson Power? Yeah, Antidote and Revivify. There we go. I kept messing it up for some reason. But yeah, this guy has about 13,500 HP or something like that. And he's normally just really annoying, but because we haste ourselves, we are faster than him, which makes this battle immediately a lot more doable than it would be before. And we hit pretty hard, let's put it that way. Tiny Song. Well, we can't have that, so... use a Lucky Mallet and... no more Tiny. Why did I buy Lucky Mallets? You can't use them in mixes, can you? Yeah, I shouldn't have bought these. Alright, and at this point, we basically just wait until we win. Because our two Berserk characters are way too strong. No more Tiny Circle, nope. She would actually deal... she would have a baseline attack power of 4, which is not quite enough in order to do much of anything. Once she starts dialoguing, you basically just need to wait like 2 or 3 attacks until you win. That's the short version. Froggy! A frog can no longer cast spells, if you could cast spells before, and its attack power is also set to 3. Berserk did its 4 attack power actually. And you also cannot block with shields as a frog, if I'm not mistaken. You wonder if you can kill him here with some chemist shenanigans and doesn't get voided. I think that is actually something you can do, yes. He drops an elixir here too. Nice. Tiny Kara. If he hits her at the end at this point, she would probably get knocked out here. Fair is just looking cool watching. Yep. So we have somebody with a sunburn, a frog, a tiny person, and somebody who doesn't see anything because they wear sunglasses inside. I wear my sunglasses at night so I can. Yay. Yeah, circus don't care, they just attack. That's literally all they do. Alrighty, anything else? You also wear sunglasses at night too. Just don't wear them over your eyes, that might lead to problems. Unless you might have specifically sensitive eyes, I guess, then that makes sense. Alrighty. With this team here, we basically don't have to worry much of anything. And that is also true for this guy, although Xdev is a bit more dangerous than your average enemy and boss. He is really strong, has a lot of HP, and also hits like a truck with a variety of things he can do. And let's see, how do I want to defeat him? I think I'm just gonna superpower one of my characters in order to try and defeat him in the long run. So I think you can use slow. Gonna give you dimensional magic for this fight in particular. No bone mail, that would be kinda bad because I couldn't heal you. You get a guardian dagger for defense purposes. And who am I gonna superpower? I'll probably just superpower Lena, why not? She does not usually get to attack physically much in my teams because she just has the lowest strength value of all the characters. But you know, why not today? She's just gonna berserk down Xdev, but we want to do a bunch of preparation for that. Wait. Oh, you need one more, so you could also have combine. You need one more thing, so you can also have combine. Alternatively, I can just... yeah, you know what? Just some white magic on you is fine. Powering, why not? Insult rope is really nice. Green beret for speed. And dancing dagger for speed. You have combined, that is good. And you have white magic level 5, that is sufficient. Let's do this. Welcome to Xdev. He has 2 different phases and 10 different abilities in or turns he can take in the first phase with a variety of outcomes. He has 32,000, let's say 33,000 HP, slightly less than that. It's like 2 to the power of 15 or something, I don't remember. It's a lot. First turn, 2 out of 3 times he will cast Condemn, which puts a timer over a character's head, and that is effectively going to kill them after the timer runs out. Once the timer starts ticking, there's nothing you can do about it anymore. They will die, eventually. So first of all, we haste everybody. Second of all, we're going to start with you. You're going to drink one of the Giant's Potion. That way, Moth doubles his magic power. Then we're going to start combining Antidotes and Revivifies for Lena. We're just going to superpower her up. We can increase her levels up to plus 255 if I'm not mistaken. So that's gonna be what I will want to do. And you're just gonna cast Regeneration on yourself for now. And then, we're gonna try and do something really sneaky. So, next I wanna... let's see... Lena needs to not die, so image, so physical attacks are just going to miss her 2 times now. Then we're going to shell her up as well, so chance to hit spells are halved as well as dealing half magic damage. Then, I also want to make her basically what is flagged as heavy. So if I'm not mistaken, that is like dragon armor? No, Dragon Armor is Shell Reflect and a bunch of other things. That's not it. Is it Dragon Power? No, Dragon Power is plus 20 levels. So basically I could use Dragon Power to plus 20 level rather than plus 10. Dragon's Kiss, was it? Oh yeah, Dragon's Kiss it was, so... I need to go Maiden's Kiss plus Dragon Fang. And this means Lena can no longer be hit by Condemn. Like the thing that Ferris has over her head, she can no longer get hit by that. Alright, now... what we're gonna do is we're going to wall X-Death. So basically any spell cast on him is gonna get reflected. Then we're going to wall... actually it doesn't matter who I wall, let's just wall Lena because she's just gonna stay alive. So for 3 turns, X-Death will have wall now. And I'm gonna continue using Revivify and Antidote to increase Lena's levels for her to deal more damage, and she's going to try and slow X-Death now. So, when you slow X-Death either via slow or slow 2 spell, he will counteract that with hasting himself. But because he has wall on himself right now, his haste on himself is going to get reflected. Also, I cannot target him directly with slow, I have to target Lena, so the slow spell bounces off of her onto X-Death instead. We didn't hit this time. It's a chance to hit spell and he's level 66. So there's that. Alrighty, you have even less chance to hit, but I'm still gonna try. You go into back row now. You increase the level again here. Slow again. And you go in the back row as well. And you start imaging up everybody else too, so the physical attacks no longer hit us. Vacuum Wave is a very strong physical attack that also inflicts HP leak status. Come on. Oh, there she goes. Now we just need to revive her real quick. Phoenix Down heals you for 25% of your max HP, life only like, I don't know, an 8th or something. It's not that much. So this actually heals Ferris for more. I'm gonna give her Image. Probably should also give her Haste. Okay, we no longer have Reflect, so we need to recast Reflect before doing anything else. And yes, the odds of slow landing are increased. Oh, this is why I have cast Float on everybody. But unfortunately not on Ferris. Because she got knocked out earlier. And... yeah, just gonna image you again. You cast Haste for Ferris. And then Cure 3 for Ferris for a full heal. Because I think we soon get into the zombie breath turn, where if your character gets killed by a zombie breath, they turn into a zombie. Zombie status is basically a character is just going to physically attack their own party all the time. It's a little bit like Confuse, except in Confusion you can also cast spells. So it's kind of worse than Confuse actually. Alright, now we do the thing again where we cast a wall on him. And then we can cast wall on you. Then we can try and slow him again. Oh, he still had wall. I guess because our turns are faster. No, his wall might be gone now, for all I know. I'm gonna just cast wall on him again. Oh, shoot. just want to refresh the wall spellcast on him before I do anything. Because it would be pretty bad if we didn't have wall and I do get to slow him. And you combine Revivified Antidotes. This is also to prepare for Lena to just hit like a truck. There you go, his wall has been refreshed. And you try to slow him again. Come on. Ah, still didn't hit. Hurricane missed, that's good for us. Cast Shell on Ferris. I would like for you to cast Shell on you, but that's kinda difficult right now, huh? Drink. Nothing, you just defend, I guess. Increase Lena's level further. The chance of slow increases to land. He does have a decent amount of magic evasion too, so even if we are like max level, he still has a decent chance of resisting it either way. I mean, you can try. She has significantly lower chance of hitting, but it's still a chance. Okay, zombie breath on everybody. It's pretty hard, but we are still fine. You have one. He still has reflect on him. Still missed. Alright. Now you cast Shell on yourself before I accidentally cast other stuff. I haven't dealt any damage to him yet, so... Even if I heal him, it doesn't really matter. Increase level for Lena. And you just heal Kara in the meantime. Heal everybody for a good amount thanks to Cure 3. Okay, everybody should be at full HP, including Butts who has double the HP. So then we do the same thing again. Cast Wall on you. Then we cast Wall on you a second time, that way it's also going to refresh on XF, even if he already still has it. And then we're gonna try again. Come on, land please. Come on. You don't have anything to do? I guess you can just cast Image on her. And you just keep increasing Lena's level, increasing the chance of this hitting. Level 3 Flare. Oh, we have a level multiple of 3. So we actually do get hit by a level 3 spell. Pretty unhealthy, but well, we're fine. Still a miss. Wow. Oh, just cure. Image yourself. This is the classic case of I'm not dealing any damage to him, but he can't kill me either. Because I'm just really wanting this little combo to work here. Like, I could have defeated him probably 2 times over at this point, but you know. I kind of want to knock him out differently. Also, next turn is a 2 in 3 chance for him to cast Condemn again to kill a character, unless it's specifically it's Lena, because she's invulnerable to it right now. Well, I don't know what to tell you, just defend, I guess. Okay, and you just lost your reflect. That's regeneration on him. Okay, wall on her. Wall on her again. And try again. Come on, Lena. Hit already, please. There it is. He's now slowed. Counterattacked with haste, but... Haha! You can't! And now he's actually slowed. This is the only way to slow him, to my knowledge. Unless you want to try and slow him with a... catch and release with a spider, which is a tiny chance to hit. It's technically possible, but good luck. Alright. Now... I'm almost out of MP apparently. But now, it's time for us to use Kiss of Blessing, so Lena is going to start attacking like crazy. And by the way, every time you attack, he has a 1 in 3 chance to counterattack with Dispel Magic on a random character, so less than ideal. Just double checking whether Lena has the correct weapon equipped here. In fact, I will probably want to move her in the front row. She did not. Good thing I didn't do that yet. Gonna move her in the front row with a... Well, I would like to equip a dancing dagger on her, but who has it? You don't. You're just gonna wait. Do you have a dancing dagger? You do. I gave you that for the speed, didn't I? You get the guardian dagger. And you just wait. More Samson power. And oh yeah. No, I can equip the dancing dagger for the 1 in 8 chance to do a sword dance for 4 times damage. As well as release. Thunder, that is 8,192 damage, because it is 1/4 of his maximum health. So multiply that by 4 and you have his maximum health. Alright, and basically now we just wait until Lena defeats that guy. Wow, what a rude guy, he just decided to make me heavy. I'm already heavy enough, dude. Okay, so Kiss of Blessing is... Holy Water plus Maiden's Kiss, or Revivify plus Maiden's Kiss in this version. Basically, Berserk. I could also use Butcher's Wine instead, which is just... Or I could have just cast Berserk. At this point it actually wouldn't make a difference, because all the buffs she gains are, well, already here, really. I'm just gonna wait until Ferris falls over, revive her. And then shell you up. To the bug do it. And gonna heal you up. Go in the back row. And then image, so Ferris doesn't get hit like a truck anymore. 2072 damage. That's without doing any sword dance shenanigans. That's just a regular hit. So she hits pretty hard right now. It's kind of the entire point of this setup, where I give her all these buffs. And I'm just gonna defend with everybody else. That is absorbing MP, unfortunately doesn't deal any damage. Well, to be fair, that wouldn't be much damage anyways. And keep increasing Lena's levels by 10 every time I do this. Oh yeah, I need to haste Ferris again. Sword Dance. Bam! 9694 damage. So he is now guaranteed to be in phase 2. He drops to phase 2 once he's below 16,000 HP remaining. And this means he's going to get double turns, usually a physical attack combined with a level 3 spell, sometimes 2 physical attacks and all these kinds of things. So he is really dangerous in this second phase as well, but we are way faster than him thanks to all of our buffs. And him being slowed and us hasted. Oh wow. Image. That was a pretty heavy hit. This is why we need image active at any given time, really. And you, fun fact, a high potion from a chemist heals 1000, because medicine is a passive ability a chemist has, which doesn't come into play all that often, but sometimes it does. Here, an image for you, and then we just wait again until Lena hits some more like a truck. Boom! And we just win. So yeah, we didn't need to slow him. It was just something I never really get to do anyways. Red pest or green pest or Chad? I think red is for me. But asking Chad, not me. Two votes for red so far. Victory! Oh, you only ever had green. You never had red. Green, oh, that's actually 3 votes for green, I saw. You didn't even know red was a thing? Huh. I actually genuinely don't know what the difference is exactly. I just remember I think I don't like green, and I'm probably okay with red. I actually don't really know. No, it's almost even. You're green too. Alright, actually that tilts the favor into green pesto range. Okay, and Butts and Kara are going to take on the next mini-boss. Yeah, this is fine with their abilities here. Do I need to do anything? White magic and... yeah, this is fine. You just learned that man-eater dagger functions as a spear. Yes, it does. Weird, but that's how it is. You can jump and deal double damage with man-eater dagger. Also, it uses, if I'm not mistaken, the man-eater dagger uses the chicken knife damage formula for the purpose of damage calculation, so it takes agility and strength into account equally. But I'm saying that, and realizing, wait, but it counts as a spear, so... am I actually correct about that? Or am I making this up now? I feel like I'm making this, I should check. Man-eater dagger. Okay, damage formula 73. Attack type 73. Spear strong versus creature. Huh. Yeah, I'm actually wrong. It doesn't take agility into account. Ha, I've been spreading an untruth for the entire time now. Because I thought it did. For a really long time now. Yeah, it uses sword damage parameters. Which is strength. Weird. Also, I think from what I can read, this is more of a quirk of how the formulas for damage are handled rather than it being intentionally designated as a spear type weapon. Because it overlaps with effective against certain types of enemies calculations. Yeah, alrighty. Only Jackknife uses that formula. I don't know where I heard the man-eater thingy, but clearly I was wrong. Happy Bride. Alrighty everybody, 9 hours into the run, we have nice Chocobo music, so it is time for us to take a bit of a break. So everybody, thank you so much for watching, for listening and for lurking. I'm gonna be back in 5 to 10 minutes. So it's a good time to take a shower, I don't know, clip your nails or something like that, eat a meal, massage somebody's back, and be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. That bathroom visit took a little bit longer than I anticipated, but here we are. Hello everybody, how are you doing today? We have just arrived in World 3, which means Antlion time. Do I want to change anything for the Antlion? Could equip whips, but it'll be fine, probably. Actually, you don't need white magic for now, so let's just equip whips. So, power ring, why not? Sure, angel, green beret, chain, sounds good. Let's go. And just for good measure, we're gonna save. It's unlikely that I'm going to lose here, but hey, you never know. Pew. Alrighty, welcome to Antlion. This is one of the few bosses where I could have used the old spell and it actually would have done something notable. Sonic Wave reduces my current level by half. Always pretty terrible if you get hit by that. But you know, I think it'll be fine either way. I'm just gonna go ahead and then start whacking him. He has 8100 HP. Oh, actually, that could take a while at this rate. So I'm gonna slow you. And we are about 4 times as fast as he is at this point. And that's kind of how this is going to go, basically. I'm gonna berserk Moth here, so 50% more attack power and instant attacks as soon as Moth gets their turns. Shell, so the chance of hitting Sonic Wave is halved. And Image, so the physical attacks are not going to affect Moth here. So the chance of losing without me doing anything at this point, or let's put it this way, if I didn't do anything anymore at this point, the chance of losing is not that high anymore. So I can just wait until we win. I might have to refresh the haste because I think in like the 5th turn or something, it's going to cast Mucus, which inflicts HP leak and slow on a character, but that's about it. Or stomach acid is called. Nope, it's actually not slow, just HP leak status. Crashing his bachelor pad. Oh, by the way, what I could technically do is I could also berserk the Antlion. That way it's not going to even cast Sonic Wave anymore, but it would deal more physical damage. But then again, I have Image, so it was fine. Chemist, Lord of Science and Eater of Crabs, can will the void out of existence before he can devour the biggest tree. His only weakness is single antline. Well, not as much of a weakness as it's a stumbling block. Hello and welcome. I hope you have a nice day. You know what? We're not going to get Meteor or Holy, we're just gonna go straight through. I think this probably suits the concept of the power of Chemist pretty fine. So let's just do that. I was kind of contemplating since a while, should I even go for Holy? Let's actually not do it. The White Mage's most powerful offensive attack and the Time Mage's most powerful offensive attacks. We don't need it. We have a Beastmaster Whips and that's it. That's all we need. Is Meteor even worth casting? It can be, yes. It is relatively cheap. Well, actually it's not that cheap to cast, but it has neutral element and ignores any kind of reflect. So it has a damage potential of up to 2400 damage per meteor strike, and it does 4 of those per a single cast. So it definitely has a lot of damage potential. Other things have more damage potential, but for a Time Mage that doesn't have much in the way of offensive capabilities beyond that, it's really good. No dancing over Omniscient with the power of chemicals. I mean, we would have a White Mage, we could just Berserk him instead. Or just cast a ton of rocks at him with Comet. Either way would be fine, I suppose. It's really great on single target. Yes, I think that's kind of the gist of it. Meteor is really crazy good if all the meteor hit a single target, but if it's multi-target, it is rather unreliable. That's the short version. Oh yeah, I actually kind of forgot about that part. I can double the cactus HP. I didn't even need to grind up to 800 or 900 HP. Because I can just double my HP and shell. So... yeah, we are perfectly fine, I suppose. Huh. Interesting point of note. Also another interesting point of note, I don't have a good weapon against... oh no, I can just steal the dragon whip. We're fine. Bubble is in this game? I do not know what bubble is. So probably not. Now I have even more to double, yep. And the main reason why I'm picking up the chicken knife, it gives me +5 agility. That means I'm gonna be faster than most enemies. Let's see, what legendary weapons do we pick up anyways? We have no use for the wizard rod. I guess the sage stuff could be nice, but I'm not even going to cast holy. But it deals damage. Well, actually, only the fire whip is really something I want. Bubble is a Final Fantasy 12 buff that doubles your HP. Oh, I see. In this game, at least in this version, it's called Giant's Drink. Which is effectively something you can drink as a chemist, or there is a mix for it that is also labeled Giant's Drink that just doubles your maximum HP. Yeah, I don't know bubble spell, so... yeah, there is a double HP though. So... actually just gonna... I have Giant's Drinks. Sure, let's buy a bunch of hero drinks. They're pretty cheap in comparison to how good they are. Also, I think, yep, Butts now has Combine as well. So we have somebody with Equip Whips and Combine. I don't even know what I want to do. Like, what is my goal for the final classes here, I wonder? White Mage with Combine. I guess Beastmaster with Combine, so you're gonna be a Beastmaster now. I mean, normally I would like to have a second catch and release, but I don't think I necessarily need that. That's the fascinating part to me. So, yeah, you're gonna be a Beastmaster now. Are you though? No, I'm gonna have... alright. Hang on. Thinking spare time. How about... no, that doesn't make sense. I don't know, dude. I think I will want to have two attackers in the end. One is probably going to be the Beastmaster, and one is going to be... one of the other ones with Equip Whips. It doesn't matter, actually. Time Mage with Equip Whips. Sure, alright. Here's what we do. Time Mage with Equip Whips. So you don't have Equip Whips, but Lena does, so she's gonna be the Time Mage. Beastmaster with... White Magic. Do you have White Magic maxed out? Not quite, so you need a little bit more White Magic. I didn't think about what I want in the end until now. Do you have White Magic? You do have, as a matter of fact, White Magic. Chemist with White Magic? But who has combined then? Nobody! I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Alright. I'm overthinking this. I don't need to necessarily... So this is kind of the tricky part I personally have with chemists. There's so many things that you can consider, but ultimately you can just run forward, and as long as you have a rough knowledge on what the chemist can do, you don't even need to worry about it. I'm just thinking about this way stronger than necessary. I don't need any particularly carefully prepared strategy, because I can just combine a Phoenix Stone and a Dark Matter as soon as these things attack. And just tell them that, hey, here, drink this potion. And then Ferris goes, wait, you can make them drink potions? Let me try. And boom, you win. Yeah, I'm just overthinking this, aren't I? What if you run out of dark matter? Well, I mean, a lot of enemies are not necessarily susceptible to instant death anyways, but in this case, it largely doesn't matter, I would say. Also, here, you get the Guardian Dagger, you get the Chicken Knife, so you're gonna be faster for running away for us. And yes, I technically could just farm Dark Matters if I wanted to, but yeah, why would I? It's fine. We're just gonna run away from these encounters using the exit spell. Goodbye. Yes, prototypes drops Dark Matters, but outside of random chest encounters, you can no longer find prototypes. The machine head enemies are not prototypes, those are technically different enemies. And Tangle? What a meanie. You cannot run away from these ones. I think they are heavy, actually. But they're also undead, so... just throw a potion at them. And yes, XDev Souls have 100% dark matter drop rate. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. This is not a free encounter here. White Magic, Cure 3. White Magic, Cure 3. And you just defend. Oh, they didn't die. You can actually very easily defeat XDev Souls by equipping the Sage's Staff, which deals 8 times damage ignoring defense against undead enemy, and XDev Soul is, as a matter of fact, undead. As you would expect, I guess. So you can very easily defeat a bunch of them. Could you? Get out of my way, please. Thank you. So we do have a very easy way of dealing with them, let's put it that way. And this is basically the encounter where it's nice to have a guaranteed runaway ability, because Zephyr Zone is almost impossible to run away from. It's not that difficult to defeat, but it just takes forever to run away if you're trying that. Alrighty, also here we're gonna comment this guy. Missile, 75% of my current health and damage. It's kind of mean. But what I can do, so this thing has a lot of HP, but if we combine Revivify with Maiden's Kiss, I think that makes a Lamia's Kiss. Oh shoot, that was not what I meant to do. Now it's Berserked and it's gonna hit like a truck. That is not what I was intending at all. I wanted to confuse it, not Kiss of Blessing. I mean, we can still do this, it's just like I wanted to confuse it because they hit themselves for a lot of damage whenever you know, do that. Speed Potion. Do I not have any speed potions? I should have at least have 5 or so. Oh well. It's fine, I guess. But yeah, this thing is Berserk now, even though it's actually normally immune to Berserk. Kiss of Blessing completely ignores the immunity to Berserk part, and because it counts as a buff, I guess. Or whatever. And it's also hasted now, if I'm not mistaken. So it's pretty dangerous on that end. Alright, and I'm gonna try and slow it now, I guess. I think it's hasted too. Also, it does have 2 image charges as well, even if you can't see them. So 2 physical attacks will guaranteed miss, so to speak. Let's just try and knock it out. You know what, I could just cast Reset instead. I'm a doofus. Resetting the encounter to how it was at the beginning. Ta-da! Also, haste 2 this time immediately. There we go, that's what I kinda wanted. So, now, it's Maiden's Kiss plus something else. Is it eye drops? Oh my goodness, I never remember. Lamia's keys. Yes, it is with eye drops. And this is guaranteed confusion. And if he hits himself with a physical attack, we're just gonna do that again. This is a revenge attack which deals damage equivalent to however much HP it is missing, which is why I actually tried to cast Comet initially. So it's going to deal 1336 damage to itself now whenever it is using the revenge attack again. That was just a regular physical attack there though. Now it's gonna deal double that damage. Well, if it uses the thing again. But you don't even have the... It's fine. Honk. Goodbye. And all they give is 4 ability points. You do not want to fight these things, it's just not worth it. There's elixirs in here, there is a big undead dragon guarding a white robe or something, or is it black robe? One or the other on the left side there. I'm just gonna go through. And that's all we do. Alright. You're gonna haste everybody again, that way we're gonna go faster than them they do, twice. And we're gonna combine a Phoenix Down with a potion, and this casts Resurrect. Basically, it's reviving somebody with full HP, or in the case of undead enemies that are not flagged as heavy, it guaranteed kills them. Like, Phoenix Down has a chance to miss, however Resurrection is guaranteed to hit even undead enemies. So it basically costs me a little potion additional to the Phoenix Down, but it guarantees the hit, which I do appreciate. That little addition. One of the ropes is there and the other one is near the start, but you never remember which. Yeah. Most of the chests I'm skipping, by the way, contain dark matters, which normally are completely useless, because you would need a chemist in order to take advantage of them. But you know, I literally just realized I do, as a matter of fact, have a chemist to take advantage of them, so maybe I should pick them up. They are guarded by enemies though, so they're not just free for the taking. They're mostly free for the taking as well. By the way, the Zephyr Zone summons a variety of different kinds of enemies. And one of the enemies she can summon is a Bio Soldier. Now normally if you capture and release a regular Bio Soldier by a Beastmaster, they will cast Bio on enemies, which is a decently strong poison-based attack. However, these ones will cast Blaze instead, which is 25% of the enemy's maximum health in fire damage. And the next boss is weak to fire. So you will basically deal 10,000 damage fire straight off the bat without having to do anything else thanks to capturing this thing. But, well, which minion they summon and can summon for that matter is random, so I'm not gonna worry too much about that. Oh yeah, you don't have white magic right now. I don't wanna burn all the Phoenix Stones either. I'm just gonna defend. Ow. Every time it sounds so sad when it goes wah, 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 wah. Just wanted to slow or knock out a guy that did not get hit by slow. I want 4 Dark Matters here, by the way, which is why I'm picking them up in the first place. There's one more Dark Matter. I think I have 3 right now. Yeah, 3. I want 1 more. Probably should have healed. You know what? Just combine them. If I single target Cure 3, it's going to make the enemy weak. And I can literally just attack with anything. And he is going to get knocked out because they have 9 or less HP remaining in the end here. Alright, that is 4 Dark Matters, that's all I'm looking for. Let's go. Goodbye. Oh, and JP Erics, thank you. Thank you so much for 5 months. Wait, 5? 9 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Hello. Thank you so much. That's a guard ring. Oh, I was too slow. Oh well, might as well grab the stuff down here then. Elixir. Guard ring is really nice physical defense and permanent regeneration status effect. And it's my favorite item in the game because I love regeneration status effects. The main downside is it's just not that strong. There's a cottage just south of this chest here if you want to really pick up a cottage, but it's not that worthwhile. The chest on the left there contains an enemy encounter, which is why I'm not picking it up. It's the same 4 clowns again that we fought a bunch of times just now. And the enemy encounter... wow, the chest contains a Earth Hammer, which is A hammer for a berserker that has a 1 in 4 chance to cast Quake whenever you attack with it, which deals about 500 damage, baseline 400 to 500, and if you put some magic power onto the berserker in some capacity, it actually can be decent. It also deals full physical damage from the back row. The chest on the left that I'm skipping there, that one contains a ribbon. Can't equip a ribbon without a dancer or a freelancer. This one is an elixir. The other chest on the other side, on the right side, in these 2 rooms have dark matter. The chest on the right side on the left side. Does that make sense? Whatever, the third chest that I could technically pick up contains a bunch of money, but then I would have to walk all the way around in order to get back out here. Yeah, I only need 4 dark matters. At least, that's my plan. The only use I have... Well, that's not true. I could use 5. 1 is for Tintania, 4 is for Necrophobe. Actually... No, the magic part is immune to death, isn't it? Could condemn it though, because it's not heavy. I hate science. I don't think I hate science, no. Let's see. Nope, that's immune to instant death. No, the magic lamp targets whether an enemy is heavy or not heavy. Not whether it is susceptible to doom or not. Doom and instant death through time-based magic are 2 separate things. I don't really have a good plan on taking this boss out either. Huh. She can be confused. We can haste ourselves, we can probably slow her. I don't know, we'll figure it out during combat, I guess. I have a really silly idea. Okay, this could be interesting or absolutely terrible. Maybe a mix of both. Gonna briefly turn you into a Beastmaster. With white magic. Nah, dimensional magic is better. Power ring, stealth rope. Oh, Lena has the other thing. So this is fine. Chicken knife is okay. Put you in the front row. Alright, we're gonna have Kara be our damage monster, so to speak. Let's see how that's gonna go. No, actually you have the backward Thalfon. The magic part is not heavy, but death immune, which is why the Odin's lamp works on it. Odin targets whether an enemy is heavy or not heavy, rather than whether it's immune to death or not. Because otherwise, if it were to cause death or doom status effects, it would heal the undead, right? I'm actually really confused right now, Thalfon. Yeah, the lamp ignores heavy, that is accurate. It just always casts on Tetukan. But Odin only kills stuff that is not heavy. It's not an instant death attack in the sense that it casts Doom or the instant death status. It's... But yeah, Magic Lamp Charge 3 always uses Santetsken, which is the instant death attack. If the enemy is not heavy, they will die. The magic part of Neo X-Death is not heavy, so it dies to it. The reason why it does not normally cast Santetsken is because if there's anything that is flagged as heavy in combat, it will not cast Santetsken. Yeah, the Algorithms Guide confirms that the part 4 of Neo X-Death is in fact immune to instant death. But it's a little bit of weirdness to it, I suppose you could say. Alrighty, Dimensional Magic. Haste everybody. Then we do a bunch of shenanigans. I'm gonna cast Armor on you, because Merugene does actually like to do physical attacks once in a while. And then we start combining things for Kara. First of all, we're gonna do Kiss of Blessing, so... Maiden's Kiss and Revivify, I think. So she gets Berserked. And it's gonna have 50% more attack power. If she can run. So she has a 1 in 4 chance with the Chick Knife to automatically try and run away from combat. Which of course is less than ideal. Gonna give Shell to you. And we're gonna combine a bunch of Concoction Antidote and Ether. I think gives you Resist Fire. Oh, Resist Poison. We don't need that. Well, that was a waste. What was Resist Fire again? Resist. Alright. Resist Ice is Antidote and the Phoenix Stone. So absorb Ice as if it was healing. And Resist Fire or Resist Thunder is Eye Drops and the Phoenix Stone. Always the Phoenix Stones. And then Resist Fire. Where's that one? There it is. Ether and Eye Drops it is. Eye Drops and Ether is Resist Fire. And then we start just increasing Kara's level until we win, basically. There we go. Kara now basically is completely invulnerable to all spells that Merugene can throw at us. Merugene, by the way, how she works, she has 20,000 HP. And she has a lot of physical resist. So the Chick Knife has really high physical attack power, which is why it can still hit through the really high physical resist. But basically she has 4 different forms. One is weak to fire, which is always the one she starts in. One is weak to lightning, and one is weak to ice. And whenever she targets all party members, she is going to barrier change, and now she is weak to physical attacks, as a matter of fact, it turns out, which is very convenient. Because now she has basically, well actually, weak to physical attack literally means she has 0 physical defense, that's it. It's not technically weak to it, like she doesn't take more damage from it, she just doesn't have defense. And that is kind of the best case scenario right here. Now we use Maiden's Kiss and Revivify to confuse her, and just keep her confused. Wait, I just accidentally used Kiss of Blessing again. Ah, that's not what I meant to do. It's gonna miss twice now, guaranteed. Oh well, we're just... So she's just gonna physically attack and do nothing else at this point, because accidentally Kiss of Blessing again. Which is a glitch, because she's not normally berserkable, but Kiss of Blessing berserks enemies anyways. Also she's hasted now, which is pretty bad for us. But yeah, one more hit from Kara and she's gonna be knocked out. I always get that wrong. Lamia's case. What causes Berserk immunity? Is that just a feature of Heavy? No, it's a separate flag for status immunities. There's a separate flag for each one of the possible status effects that you can be immune to. The Heavy flag mainly cares about time magic and other similarly related instant death type effects. Because time magic actually does not care about any of the immunity flags. All the time magic cares about is whether the target is heavy or not. Also, welcome back to the team, Lena. Go Karaga. I guess we threw a Kara at the boss. Reasonably well put. Alright, yeah, I'm actually gonna turn you into Time Mage now. This is fine. Time Mage with Equip Whip. That's good in my book. Elf Cape for now, Gaia Gear is okay. Guardian Dagger for you for now, Back Row for you. Dimensional Magic, 5. Sure, why not? I'm gonna use you mainly for physical damage output anyways. Actually, you can help setting up white magic things, that's better for you. So you get... this is fine. Strength. Chicken knife. Actually get a chain. You get a chicken knife so you can run away quicker. And... yeah, this is fine. Let's go. Equip Whip or Equip? I like it. Fun fact, these Elmgeiger's enemies, the big dudes in the back there, they're always sleeping at the beginning of the encounter. So please don't attack them, you will disturb their sleep, which is kind of mean if you ask me. Alright, let me think. What do I want for the final battle? I just want to double the HP of characters, so I want to have 3 times the mix for it. Because we can one time just use Giant's Elixir. It looks like a fun team. It is. It's really neat. You have so many options, it's just kind of mildly overwhelming in how many options you have. Ooh. Well, 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 There it is, Goliath tonic. Oh, we need elixirs for a Goliath tonic. Alright, that's expensive. Dragon Fang and elixir. That's very expensive, but we can do that. Do we need Turtle Shell for anything in particular, I wonder? Split Shell would be for Omega, but I don't feel like taking on Omega. I'm gonna buy a Venom Rod in case I feel like it later, but... yeah, no, I don't care. Not today. Today I would like to just not worry about these things. Maybe later. Just keep it easy, keep it simple and nice. So... yeah. You finished your first run with Samurai Ninja, Ranger, Samurai. It was boring. Almost every fight was just brute force. Yeah, I guess that team, that's its main strength. It's just raw power with that. Sounds pretty crazy. I was kind of considering maybe I should just ignore the magic lamp, but again, I'm just gonna keep it simple, keep it nice. Alrighty, with Chocobo here, we do two things. One, we briefly visit this place here, which is where we can now encounter XDeath Soul enemies. They look really intimidating. They are undead, and if you have some weapon against undead, like an Apollo's Harp or a Sage's Staff, which you literally both get inside here, you can absolutely nuke these guys. And they guaranteed to drop a Dark Matter, but beyond that they actually don't really drop a whole lot else. So, now with this tablet here we can pick 3 of the legendary weapons. The only one I really care about is the Fire Butte here, which is a really strong, whip that gives like +5 strength or something, which is rather substantial. But more importantly, it has good attack power as well as it has a 1 in 3 chance to cast Fire 3 on the enemy. It's not fire element itself, but might as well be, really. Alrighty, and then pick up this one, why not? Sage's Staff. It's a staff. If you use it in combat, it casts Resurrection on a character. Well, I say Resurrection, but I think it's basically... Actually, is it Life 2 or Life 1? Hello, Silesium, welcome. I hope you're doing well. One or the other. Either way, it's just kind of a free revive. The staff does not get broken if you use it in combat. And... well, actually, the only other weapon I can use is this one, aside from the Wizard Rod, but Wizard Rod increases all your elemental attack powers by 50%, which is nice. But I'm not using really elemental attacks. The Assassin Dagger is a decently strong physical dagger that has a 1 in 4 chance to proc Doom on attack, instantly trying to kill enemies if they are susceptible to that. It is Life 1 that you cast with a Sage Staff. Okay. Also, Sage Staff increases your holy elemental damage by 50%. That's the one thing the Wizard Rod does not do, I think. So if you have, well, holy element, it is really strong potentially. How much blue magic is elemental? Arrow, like the wind spells, all of them are elemental. You have fire. And I think that's pretty much it. We didn't get into a single encounter. Wow. I actually want to defeat 1 XDeath Soul, so let's do that real quick. Because I want to have 5 Dark Matters rather than 4. Doom! What a meanie! Here, you have the chicken knife. And you're going to use the Sage's Staff and just whack him real hard. Pretty good. Nobody has time magic aside from you, huh? Should have unequipped the Sage's Staff and given it to Ferris. Reaper Sword deals both physical damage and instantly kills a target. I don't even remember how much HP these things have. I just remember it's way too much, for my taste anyways. X-Zone? Well, that's just rude, dude. That is the time mage equivalent of instantly killing, which you're not immune to it unless you specifically have the heavy flag, which you can get through a chemist. That's one of the very few ways you can be immune to it. Actually, I think that's the only way you can be immune to it. I'm literally reviving everybody just so there's more targets that are not Lena that could be knocked out. Because she's the one that is trying to knock him out. There we go. Victory, 7 ability points, and that's all you get, and the Dark Matter. The Dark Matter is what I was looking for. Is anything weak to water? Yes, there is a bunch of enemies that are weak to water. Like, the enemies in the desert are both weak to water, and Aqua Rake deals 8 times damage for them. It's technically 2 separate effects, but kind of gives you the illusion of, hey, Aqua Rake actually does water damage, because they're weak to water and they take way more damage from water. Yeah, that's just weird. Magic Lamp. If you use it as an item in combat, it just starts from the strongest summon and cycles through to the weakest. It's really good. Then you can recharge it by going back to this spot here. Or somewhere in the trench there's another spot where you can recharge it. Weird fact, the Minotaur boss in the Fork Tower absorbs water. Yes. It does. It's really strange. And holy for that matter. Although water is kind of unusual because you don't usually get to use much water-based damage in the first place. I'm also ignoring the Mirage Vest in case you're curious, because I don't need it. In fact, it would be detrimental to use it with the usual strategy, since switching items around in your inventory cancels some of the chemist buffs. Why? I don't know, it's just what it does. The only way to hit him with water is with the magic lamp. Well, Beastmaster catch and release would work too, I suppose, but that's a fair assessment overall. You can capture a stingray that casts the big wave thing. Yeah, but yeah, it's basically just a magic lamp. This spell, I'm gonna buy Quick. Basically, Quick allows a time mage to take 2 turns at the same time. Costs a lot of MP, but it's kind of worthwhile. I don't need life too. But this spell is really, really nice to have. Because in case I berserk somebody that I don't mean to berserk, like I accidentally do with Kiss of Blessing once in a while, I can undo that with this spell magic. Alrighty, let's sell things that we don't need. We can't use shields, so we sell the ice shield. Flame sword, flame shields. Don't need the chains anymore, we have better weapons now. The Gale bow. This thing. Keep the gold hairpin. We don't have a way to use these things much at all. Coronet could still technically be useful. Alright, I think we buy 2 running shoes. That's all we really need, because running shoes is the best item in the game. Gonna give this to you for now, plus a chick knife, so you basically go as fast as possible and get us out of combat as fast as possible. Because I don't really plan on fighting any random encounters anymore. And the other running shoes we equip once we get to places. Then we actually have a bit... Wait, no, we don't. I was going to buy equipment and stuff, but we still need more supplies. We need Phoenix Stones, we need some more Revivifies, maybe some high potions, because, yeah, Chemist uses up a lot of these materials. It's pretty crazy. Carbuncle is like Necrophobe, weak to everything, pretty much, yes. Here, let's buy, like, a few speed potions. Just in case. I don't plan on using them, but, you know, technically I can. Also, I guess we could use the Chemist drink ability to increase power. Yeah, we can do it separately. Alright, so... buy 21 high potions. Where's the Revivifies? Buy these first. This is probably a sufficient amount. And the rest we invest into Phoenix Stones. Because they're not just used to resurrect cactus, they're also used in mixes, and that's all I'm looking for. Alright, we're basically ready for the void already. Wait, there's actually one more thing I wanna go and grab real quick. So normally you would go into the island shrine in order to pick up you know, the tablet, because that's what you were told that you should do in the story. But I'm actually gonna go into the island shrine for something completely different. It is a weapon related, but it's not the weapon they were thinking of. There is a whip in there that deals always critical hit damage against beast-type enemies. Oh yeah, forgot about you guys. Hey, it'll be fine, we just berserk current and we wait. Yeah. Health cape, guard ring. You know what, I don't need the second set of running shoes right now. Hello, welcome to Vane. Yes, I do that once in a while. Well, it's been a while to be fair, since I last played it like that. But welcome, I hope you have a nice day. Alrighty, now... you just berserk yourself and then you go. You combine... I don't know, you just wait actually. So Kara is going to clean up with these clones. Decently fast, I think. And I'm gonna berserk whoever is left. So, the way these gargoyles work is... they just physically attack, like their attacks are mostly inconsequential. And largely all they do is they will revive their ally if they have fallen in combat. They have about 5000 HP. And you can berserk them in order for them to not revive their allies, because berserk completely overrides whatever an enemy does in their script. Berserk means that they're just going to do nothing but physically attack, so it's never going to revive its buddy anymore. So that's all I do here. Alright, moving on. I could also pick up a bunch of money along the way. There's some money through the wall here. Oh, and this is one of these bosses slash enemies that is ridiculously difficult to run away from, but thanks to having the exit spell, we're fine. I like to think that all the exit spell does, it just makes everything go dark and then we run away. Because it sounds like it. From these ones we could arguably just run away, but exit is safer. It is a chance, like it's a pretty high chance to run away from these whenever we get a tick to try. But it's not guaranteed. The chest on the left contains two different kinds of mini-bosses. Actually, both of them are unique in the sense that you can only encounter them here. Which is strange, because I'm not sure how you would get both of them into the bestiary. I literally just thought of that, but I have no idea how you get them in the bestiary. The chest in the center there contains a guard ring, but it's guarded by a machine head or a prototype enemy, and I just don't feel like fighting them. There's also a chest on the right side that contains like a diamond plate or diamond helmet, one or the other. I think it's a helmet. And this is the reason why I came here. This is the Beast Killer Whip. And we, as a matter of fact, have two people that can equip whips. And we're gonna basically go ahead and just berserk these two. And then we wait until we win. So we will have more or less two berserkers in our team. Because I feel like that's the best way of how I can deal damage without investing too many resources at any given point. Alright, and with this we are ready to go into the void. Let's go. It might just be excluded from the bestiary, that would make the most sense, I suppose. Also here, what I'm gonna do, just in case we get into a back attack with some of the enemies in the desert, they like to cast Quake, which hits pretty hard for your, or hits your entire team decently hard. So I'm going to be floating over this. Not these ones, there's other, like worm type creatures that would cast Quake. They are guaranteed, you can guaranteed run away, but in case of a back attack they will still get to hit us, probably. Maybe Lena would be fast enough, I'm actually not sure about that. Yeah, I think you have to defeat the enemies, not just see them in order to get the bestiary entry. So, let's see, one of these chests contains a cottage, one contains a high potion, one contains an ether, and one contains an elixir. I'm grabbing the elixir. I actually don't know which other chest contains what. I guess the ether would technically be useful. These level check enemies have a decent amount of HP, but with enough firepower you can knock them down decently quickly as well, and they have a 1 in 16 chance to drop you an elixir. So this is a good place to both get elixirs as well as experience, if that's what you're looking for. Well, if you can handle them efficiently, I suppose. Full heal. Let's see. For the next boss, I'm probably just going to Kiss of Blessing. Also, I'm gonna give somebody a Reflect Ring. It's pretty much guaranteed instead we win. By the way, minor flashing warning. I don't know whether it's minor actually. Let you be. It's just basically the screen very briefly goes white and then back to normal whenever we are going to be attacking with the Beast Killer Whip on this boss and a panda, because they are considered to be beasts. So the Beast Killer Whip guarantees a critical hit. So if flashing like that is an issue for you, heads up, it's gonna be coming up. So you can just listen to the boss music and probably look away. I have to admit, I don't really know how extreme that effect is, but I figured I should mention it. So by the way, Lilith Rod gives you the highest additional magic power of any weapon in the game. But because you usually care about increasing your magic power, or well, elemental power, you don't usually get to use it much. Alrighty, so Lena has the Beast Killer Whip. Whenever she's gonna attack, the screen's gonna be flashing white. Just as a heads up. Alright, we are going to give... you get... No, here. You get the wall ring. You get the running shoes, and you get running shoes. Actually, who has Time Mage ability? You have level 2. You have level 6. Oh, that's awkward. It'll be fine. Also, you can equip the bone mail in this encounter, actually. Let's go. Alrighty, so we combine Maiden's Kiss plus Revivify and just let Kara go crazy with it. As well as Maiden's Kiss and Revivify on Lena, so both of them are just gonna get berserked, hasted, and all these shenanigans. And all Calatistere is actually going to do is she's going to counterattack with Drain. Because we have somebody with Wall in our party, she is going to not do a whole lot. Also, this is why we have Wall on Kara, Bone Mill on Kara here. That way it kind of gets... well, negated, let's put it this way. I didn't realize you'd counterattack with Drain every single time. Huh. Also, here... I would like for you to not have wall or armor or anything like that, so I'm just gonna Dispel Magic Calatistere. It's actually a use of Dispel Magic that I didn't even consider. We're getting pretty lucky here overall, because she keeps targeting Kara, who has the Bone Mail with this. Do we have the Knife of Chickens? We do. By the way, she has like 18,000 HP or something of that equivalent. Something of that equivalent. Right, we're going to Dispel Magic you again, because I'd like for you to not have armor. Otherwise we're gonna deal half damage to you. Wouldn't Kara do more with it than the whip here? Probably. I didn't think about that. But yes, I think she would do more with a chicken knife than that. The fire proc is good if you have magic power. In fact, that's an excellent point. I should literally switch around the whips between the two. I should put the fire whip onto Lena, because she gets an additional boost from it, and put the other whip on you. Yeah, that's a very good point. You can have the chicken knife. Actually, I prefer the Guardian Dagger. I'm not even going to use the chicken knife. Yeah. So weird. The fire proc is bad if Hysteria has her wall up though. You know, that's an excellent point as well. That will reflect. That is an excellent point. Daily dose of Jagged Derp. Yeah. Only one per day, please. But you know it's always going to be more than one. Random fun fact. For a really, really long time, I, as a matter of fact, did not know that there is a chest in the waterfall here that has an angel ring. You know, you would think, oh, it's an RPG, you check behind the waterfall. But I don't know why, but I just never realized there would be a chest over here. Also, that robot there walking around, that is Omega, one of the 2 super bosses in this game. I technically could take him out in some capacity, but kind of like I mentioned before, for me today is more of a let's not think about things too hard and just relax day. I'm not gonna worry about it. This team absolutely has multiple tools to take him out without too much trouble. Alright, chicken knife. You know, sure, why not? We have 3 characters attacking here and just fairies supporting. And do I want to bone mail you up? No, you're fine. Alright, welcome to your panda. Once again, flashing warning. Whenever Lena's going to attack, the screen is going to briefly flash white. Because she has a beast kill whip equipped, and this also counts as a beast. Yes, Hysteria, by the way, was a beast. Alright, what we're gonna do here is we're going to use Maiden's Kiss plus Revivify, makes Kiss of Blessing, and Haste and Image and all these things. And the same goes for you. We're gonna use Revivify plus Maiden's Kiss, Kiss of Blessing for you as well, so that increases our attack power by 50%, so they hit pretty hard already. And then you do the same for yourself. Revivify, Maiden's Kiss, because he has a chicken knife. And then we just need to hope that they don't kill fairies, because I'm not prepared for that at all. I should have shelled up everybody first. Here, he gets shelled first. Because he likes to counterattack with Drain, as well as armoring up himself. Maybe I should have buffed everybody with Shell before I did this, huh? I'm gonna focus on healing up first. You did the thing! Nice, congratulations to Luxon. So now that we have a bit of time, we dispel magic him, so he no longer has armor. Also, he counterattacks with Toad. Also Thread, which slows down a character, but... well, actually I can't cast Haste. So I guess Kara's just gonna be slow now, huh? This is actually riskier than it should be, because Ferris is not that fast. So having 2 supporters and 2 attackers is probably a better balance. Uh-oh. Yeah, that hits like a truck. Pardon Monk? Yeah, actually that is indeed one of the few job classes that does in fact make Monk really powerful at the end. I should have cast Resurrection, because we have combined. Monk. Also, sorry, it is whenever Kara attacks, not Lena. Also, by the way, this thing has about 24,000 HP. I should have slowed him too. So many things I'm forgetting, because we just have so much brute force and so many options or things I can do. I just forget about things I can do. You know, I just literally was about to cast Image on her, but... well... the corpse has an image now. Alrighty. And that's what we did. Wait a second. You have a plumed hat, you need a gold hairpin, Ferris. That way your magic costs half as much. Jeez. Could have saved so much MP if you had the gold hairpin. But nope, I guess not this time round. Alrighty, now we briefly take away your running shoes. Just so you get them, that way she should always get the first turn in combat, so we can just guaranteed run away. Oh, you don't get the first turn in combat. I need to take the running shoes away from Moth, because he has the chicken knife right now. Also, I should put everybody in the front row. Because if we get a back attack, that's the only time where we get hit. So this is an area that has a really high encounter rate, and also the encounters are really difficult to run away from. The enemies are not like instantly dangerous and deadly, but they do have a lot of HP and do hit decently hard, so they're not without risk, let's put it this way. Also, I could capture one of these Dragon Avis enemies in order to release it later on. You know what, that's probably my finishing move for X-Dev, so I should just capture one right now. Let's do this. These two. Should probably move everybody in the back row in this case. They are heavy, by the way, so I can't really do too many silly shenanigans about those. And you don't have enough MP or HP. Or much of anything, really. They like to cast Breath Wing, which is 25% of our maximum health damage, so 2 Breath Wings is 50% of our health gone for our entire team. So that's kind of mean. Just hit. So they have also 7,000 HP if I'm not mistaken. Just scanning real quick. Yep, 7000 HP. Weak to water. I forgot about that part. So I just want to catch one. They also guaranteed to drop Dragon Fang. You know what, that should probably heal at least a little bit. We have so many elixirs. Let's just use one for Ferris MP here. Yeah, because if they breath ring twice again, you know, that's 100% of our HP gone. Yeah, I should have thought of this one through. The only exception to this rule is if we are... well, if we have HP none but not divisible by 4. I don't know what you want to do, just wait, I guess. I should also have equipped the corner jar, so I don't know how much HP this thing has remaining. Oof, probably too much at this point. Still too strong. Oh no. This is not good at all. Okay, we're fine. Oh, everything is okay. Everything is alright. I should have equipped the corner jar on her, so she can capture something that is at 50% HP. Also, if I do want to capture stuff, I should put everybody in the back row. And the sunglasses on the fire. There we go, this is much more reasonable. So we need to deal 3,500 damage to this guy. Preferably before getting defeated. It's about 2.5. About 1,000 more and then we can try to catch it. Alright, that should be enough. Ow. Rude. Okay, releasing this one will cause Breath Wing. 25% of the enemy's health is just gonna be gone. Which, the good thing about this is... the good thing is words that I can't find. The good thing is, the more HP an enemy has, the more damage it's gonna do. And if an enemy has over 40,000 HP, it's just gonna deal 9,999 damage to them. To all enemies, in fact. Which is gonna be what I plan on using in the final boss fight. You know what? I'm not gonna fight this guy. I don't feel like it. Nope, not today. I don't feel like fighting that guy. It's fine. Gonna give you a wall ring. Berserk, Lena and Ferris, and then we just go. I never skip this save point. This feels so unsafe. Alrighty, this guy here is no problem, because if you have somebody floating in your team, all this guy will do is... Let's see, real quick. All this guy will ever do is cast Gravity 100, attempting to remove your float status. Because otherwise, he has a really high chance to cast Earthshaker, which deals about 1000 damage to everybody get hit, unless you have Shelled and it's half that. I guess he can be paralyzed, I forgot about that part. But yeah, he has 20,000 HP, and if you don't have somebody with float in your party, on top of somebody with float in your party that also has a reflect ring for that matter, he can be pretty mean. But this way around, we're fine. Yay, we win. Oh, you learned equip whips. Oh, is that useful? Well, there is a third whip I can get that is technically useful, but it'll be fine. We'll just go with this team, it'll be fine. Alright, we could fight Apocalypse. He has 27,000 HP, a decent amount of physical and magical defense. He is weak to poison element and a blue mage, so he can throw all sorts of nasty things at you. But you don't have to fight him. He sits on a save point, so you may want to fight him, but you don't have to. So I'm not gonna. For once. I never skip that guy because... I don't know, I just always fight him. Alrighty, and this time, Kara, you get the chicken knife. You two go in the back row. Actually, you go in the back row too, you have a ranged weapon. Or a reach weapon with the flame hairpin. Wait, you don't have a gold hairpin. Can you equip a gold hairpin? No, huh. You know what? Yeah, this is fine. You get the running shoes. You get running shoes. You have the coordinate jar still equipped. Huh. I forgot. You get an elf cape for a chance to dodge. You know what? No, power. Let's go for full strength. That is plus 9 attack power with that equipment set here. You have running shoes, and you have running shoes, and you have running shoes. Running shoes don't just make you immune to, or give you permanent haste status, they also make you immune to getting put to sleep, paralyzed, stopped, or slowed. It's really crazy good. Welcome to Halikanazo, who has like 33,000 HP. No particular weakness, aside from not being that terribly strong for the most part. And I'm just gonna do the Kiss of Blessing here again. Harlequin also has a ridiculous amount of magic evasion and is level 97. So the chance of you actually hitting any of your spells like slow, while I think it is technically, or they are technically vulnerable to slow, the chance of you actually hitting it is tiny. Let's put it this way. Alright, I'm just gonna use Revivify and Antidotes in order to power up Kara here. And that's gonna be basically my game plan. Alrighty, also Harlequin does turn everybody into frogs in the first turn pretty much every single time. Not really much of a surprise, but I kind of forgot about it. Also cast Image. Okay, unfortunately Kara's now in the back row, which is less than ideal. Would like for you to be in back row again. Actually, I guess for the characters that have image, it doesn't really matter much. Can't run. You can still combine stuff. You don't even need to be in the back row. Revivify, Antidote. You know what? Let's just power up Lena instead. She's gonna deal more damage anyways. Berserk Lena. The counter is every time Kara tries to attack, and the 1 in 4 chance procs that it's automatically trying to flee via the chicken knife effect, which has happened a lot this time around. It's kind of unusual. I'm actually gonna cast Wall on Ferris, just in case we get to the point where Harlequin is going to cast Holy. I'd rather not get absolutely demolished by Harlequin's Holy, because it's a lot of damage there. And here I'm probably just gonna wait at this point until we either win or lose. Hopefully win. Okay, Kara's in the front row again. Good. Rump. Rabbit. 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 Frog Flex. Yep. Unfortunately, frogs do have 0 defense, so it's not the best way of surviving. To keep people froggy. Alrighty. But what are we gonna do? Is we visit Twintania. Twintania has 50,000 HP. And counterattacks with a lot of really mean things. So I'd rather not get counterattacked. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drink a Giant's Drink, doubling the HP. And I'm going to shell up Moth here, so Moth only takes half the damage. And then we basically wait until we win, effectively. Then I will want to Phoenix down plus Dark Matter, because Twintania, after 5 attacks or so, Twintania is going to go ahead and cast, or start casting Giga Flare. 1 Mind Blast and then 2 Wind Slashes. Alright, as soon as my cursor jumps, there it is. Alright, Twintania just decided to start charging up for Giga Flare, and it's vulnerable to virtually every status effect, including instant death. So good night and until next time. Hey, drink this. Yep. Pretty much. You can't escape the persuasion ability of a chemist, which means there's literally no chance to miss that ability, is what I'm trying to say. Alrighty, with this we are on our way to the final section. I'm going to fight Necrophobe in case you're curious. Because I already prepared for it, so it's less of a headache to actually fight Necrophobe than while not fighting it. We could also fight Shinri along the way if we really want to, but I do want to steal a Dragon Whisker Whip. So, in the void here, most of the encounters are really difficult to run away from, which is wise. It's nice to have an exit spell. Alright, I'm just kind of trying to think whether there's anything I want to prepare here. Not really. I'm actually gonna equip the Guardian Dagger on you for now. Just to have that added physical defense. So for this guy here, there's not a whole lot I need to do. I'm just gonna... Oh yeah, Kara is still in the... Hang on, you just defend for now. You cast Haste on Kara. You just start image up everybody. So, because, well, Gilgamesh is not terribly dangerous, especially compared to what you fought before. I did not mean to release! No, come back! Well, actually, we can make it come back, as long as I get a turn before Gilgamesh does. Here, reset, reset, reset. Okay. We have a release again. Oh my goodness. I accidentally released my dragon. I still want that one. It would be an easy way to get rid of him, but, you know. Accidentally releasing my dragon. Good job. You know what? You got the front row. Then I'm gonna berserk you. Might as well start casting Comet, why not? We only need to deal like 7,500 damage to him in order to convince him that we're not his enemies or something like that. Now we just need to not get run into the 1 in 4 chance for Kara to... try and run away with the chicken knife. Kara is a monster? No, Kara has a monster. Slight correction there. Right, now I'm just gonna wait until Kara wins, hopefully. Kara is exacting revenge on behalf of the kelp sheep. But the kelp sheep are fine. Probably. Okay, you're gonna get the guard ring, and you're gonna get an elf cape. Just so running away is gonna be slightly easier. Good old Greg just wants to be friends. Yep. By the way, the chests I'm skipping here contain Huma shurikens. Really great weapons for ninjas to throw. But, you know, we're not ninjas. Also, this is really awkward, because, you know, the character that I'm relying on trying to run away just kind of got knocked out right there. I didn't even buy a venom rod. Oh well. Have you ever done Fiesta Run with advanced jobs? Once, I think. If I would do it again, I would want to unlock the advanced job. Like from the get-go, like just use a cheat code or like a modified save file. Because it just takes so long until you finally get your advanced job. You're basically almost done with the game at that point. Yeah, honestly, from the advanced jobs, Oracle is probably my favorite. But it's also the one job where, if you know how it works, it can be a lot of fun. If you don't know how it works, it's probably just straight up frustrating. Actually, remove that probably. Because it's just, like, random. But if you do know how it works, or at least have an idea on how it functions, then you can kind of work with it. Alrighty, here we go. Running shoes, and check knife is fine. We'll go on the front row. Alright, this is gonna be fun. Alright, here we have Necrophobe. Necrophobe starts with 4 barriers, who are all vulnerable to instant death shenanigans, which means we can combine a Phoenix Stone and a Dark Matter to feed it a death potion. Look at their wide open mouths. You can't tell me they are not trying to get, like, some tasty death potions here. Either way, the fairies are always going to target themselves with their spells and attacks, and they cast in the first turn Flare and Holy, which deals about 1000 damage to anybody who gets hit. Which, let's put it this way, that's a lot of damage. You're not gonna survive it unless you have over 1000 HP. So that is, of course, a bit of a problem, let's put it that way. But thanks to the power of Chemist, we can guarantee just killing off 2 of them at the very beginning, and because we are slightly faster than them, we can even guarantee killing off 1 more. And then, the last one I'm actually gonna briefly leave alive in order to prepare for things, but what I'm gonna do is I'm going to use one of the not particularly frequently used mixes here. I think Maiden's Kiss... Oh dear, how expensive is that? Maiden's Kiss and Ether makes a Lilith's Kiss. I actually don't know how strong it is. I hope it's strong enough. There it is, alright. They have 300 MP. It doesn't have any MP anymore. So we can just take our time and get set up for, well, basically everything at this point now. I can just buff everybody as much as I want. And then we're gonna go. Gonna drink a giant's drink for doubling your HP. This is mostly, like, we probably don't need most of these things. Phase 2 is going to be mostly physical attacks, occasionally a doom spell, but that's about it. As long as we keep up image on everybody, we're going to be largely fine and don't have to worry about attacks much at all. You're gonna get the Flame Whip. You're also going to cast Regeneration on Fairies. Fairies is our most important party member here. You can just start increasing your level via the hero drinks, why not? And that's largely all we need. So, we go into phase 2, Dark Mother Phoenix down. Necrophobe has 34,404 HP. Worth noting that he does, as a matter of fact, have a weakness to literally every single element. Also, he casts... I forgot about that. He casts Blind as soon as, or Flash as soon as he gets released. He did hit Kara, but Kara still hit. Wow, that's unusual. Lena did not get hit. Lena is basically going to be our main attacker here, because as long as she procs the Fire Butte, it's going to deal a ton of damage. You're gonna make sure to remove the eye drops on Kara. Or remove the glasses on Kara. And then you're just gonna Berserk Kara for more physical damage. And you're just gonna keep attacking. But yeah, Necrophobe is actually one of the really mean bosses who absolutely loves to mess you up with double attack, so to speak. He attacks twice, literally every time. He's kinda rude like that. Well, he did attack Lena twice, but it didn't work, my friend. So Samson powering up Lena, and then we defeat him. Boom. 4,862 damage. By the way, if you did not defeat Gilgamesh in Exter's castle, you would, as a matter of fact, not have to deal all fully 4,000 HP on him rather than, well, just half of that really. You know what, we're gonna just do the thing. Gonna use Maiden's Kiss and, what was it? Kiss of Blessing. Maiden's Kiss and Holy Water on you. So that way your physical part of the attack also deals more damage. It was basically just literally me casting Berserk on her at this point. But yeah, as long as you keep image up on everybody, we're gonna be fine here. But this way I don't have to input my attacks every time. They're just gonna automatically attack whenever they're ready. Which is one of the nice things about Berserkers. I can just sit here and wait until we win. Bard Monk Mime. Oh, Mime, you have to get everything, yeah. Gilgamesh! Also, sorry Gilgamesh, but my Berserkers are still going to just straight up attack. Also, I need to refill my water jug, and I'm gonna be right back. Alrighty, goodbye. And we win against Necrophobe as well. Which, to be fair, was reasonably expected, but, you know, always nice. Okay, and we can finally save. It's been about 40 minutes since I last saved, a bunch of bosses in between. It's always nice to eventually get to the point where, okay, finally saved. And we can also now use a cabin to recover RMP rather than anything else. Alrighty, we're gonna do a little bit of a side mission here. I'm not gonna defeat Shinryu, but I'm going to take advantage of Shinryu anyway. So first of all, you get the not running shoes for now real quick. So we're gonna run away from encounters via the exit spell. And we're going to visit Shinryu for one item in particular. So, the way this is going to work is... Normally, you would think, oh, you can't run away from super bosses, but Shinryu, because it's a chest encounter, you as a matter of fact can, And as a matter of fact, it is really easy to do. Like, it literally is guaranteed to run away as soon as you try, which is interesting, but also very convenient. Because what I can do is Shinryu has a rare steal that I can attempt to get, and the rare steal is a Dragon Whisker Whip, which deals always guaranteed critical damage and pretty high attack power against dragon type enemies. And I would like to have that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to give you the running shoes. Who has the highest agility? You have 30. You have 30. You have 34. You have a higher. Alright. Gonna give Kara the running shoes and the thieves knife. And just to make sure that we get to run away before Shinryu attacks, a third character with the running shoes too, because the first thing Shinryu will do in the very first turn is Shinryu will cast Tidal Wave, which deals about 9,000 damage to everybody in the party, water damage. So unless you have a Coral Ring or jump over it, or Berserk Shinryu actually before he can do that, which you can Berserk Shinryu, it's pretty easy to do. You're gonna die. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna try and attack him with Kara. Then we run away. And that's gonna be what I will be repeatedly doing. You have 30 agility. You also have 30. Wait, why do you... Oh, you had the chicken knife earlier, that's why. You, as a matter of fact, have better agility than Kara in this case. Oh. Alright, chicken knife. Okay, now we should be able to just attack with the thieves. Wait, not chicken, thief. Why do you have 29 now? Oh my goodness. You have 30. Why does everybody have the same agility? How much do you have? But you can't equip daggers anyway, so it's pointless for me to ask you. Alright, we're gonna... Alright. Everybody has the same agility. Green beret at speed, good point. Yes, we can equip the green beret on... So Kara has the highest speed, baseline. +4. So you get a thief's knife. And you get the green beret for +1 more agility. So the reason why you want to have the agility sufficiently far apart is at the beginning of battle, you either get +1 to your speed or -1 to your speed. So basically, Lena here has 27 or 29 agility at the beginning of battle, and that's kind of deterministic. So I need to have basically Lena and Kara far enough apart in agility that they guaranteed do not overlap, because otherwise the time will continue ticking forward while I'm trying to run away, which would be less than ideal. So, Thief's Knife has a 1 in 3 chance to run away. To steal. And then we have a 1 in... Well, actually, it's a 40% chance to successfully steal if we proc it. So that's basically 1 in 3 times a 40% chance. And then we have a 10 in 256 chance to steal the rare steal rather than the Dragon Fang. So basically, that is 4 in 256. So it's basically 1.333 repeating in 256 chance, whatever that means, to steal the Dragon Whisker every time I'm trying. So yeah, I might mute the music, because this is not the most pleasant sound, but it's pretty efficient. Plus we get Dragon Fangs, which are really, really nice for making dragon mixes to increase your character's level by 20 every time you use it instead of 30. instead of 10 with the Samson power. 0.5%, I feel like it's less than that. But yeah, it's not particularly great odds. You can do the trick like this in Karnak Escape if you have thieves, indeed. Well, the thing is, the Karnak Escape chests actually are really difficult to run away from, so you need a flee ability of a thief too. But then again, you need the thief in order to steal in the first place. You did the math? Okay. Appreciate it, thank you. I felt like it would be less, but I didn't do the math, you did. So yeah, 0.5% chance approximately. So 1 in... Actually, yeah, no, actually, you know, that makes a lot of sense. 1 in 200. Yeah, actually, that makes a lot of sense. Sorry. See, this is why people are terrible at estimating numbers by gut feeling. I'm bad at it. Which is why I try to usually double check myself. Usually. I'm terrible at it anyways. By the way, fun fact, even if you don't hit the enemy, you can still steal. You like how chicken steal on a miss? This would be rough if not. Yep. Then you would need to calculate in the chance of evasion of Shinryu, which, to be fair, daggers can't cut enemy evasion in half. So it's not that terrible, but yeah. I wonder, who can equip a Thief's Glove? Well, I guess even if I could equip a Thief's Glove, I wouldn't want to, because I need to attack before Shinryu knocks me out with Tidal Wave. Shin's base evade is 75? Really? I knew it was decently high, but I didn't think it was over 50%. I felt like it was more like 20 to 30. It's 20%? Yeah, because I remember, while not the most efficient, a Berserker with a Rune Axe hitting decently often. Thief's Glove is Thief only. Alrighty. Yeah, Omega is like 90%, or 95, one or the other. So he has 95% magic evade. That's a lot. Which is why it's convenient that Berserk always hits. You know, Shinryu might be the reason as to why Berserk always hits, because Shinryu is actually vulnerable to Berserk. So what you can do is you can... at the very beginning of battle, Berserk Shinryu with a white mage and then just cast Image on everybody until you win, when somebody deals enough damage until you win. Which I guess I can do once we get the Dragon Whisker, huh? And at least we get that crown. Alright, 5 more tries and then I'm going to... or 5 more successful steals and then I'm going to mute the music. And maybe play something else, or maybe just gonna sit here in silence. 1. 2. And yes, if you can equip a rod, you do have access to Berserk guaranteed with the Wonder Rod. Used to think Shinryu was borderline impossible when you were playing casually? Yeah, I mean, this is the game where knowledge is power. If you know how to tackle enemies in one of its multiple ways, then suddenly it's not all that difficult anymore. Literally just White Mage alone completely neutralizes Shinryu. And Bard alone neutralizes Omega. Then there's a few more things you can do too. 4. Hello and welcome. And yeah, honestly, here's one thing. I'm actually not a big fan of abilities that can miss, in the sense that how are you ever supposed to figure out that Halikarnassus is susceptible to Mini unless you literally look at the code? Okay, I'm gonna mute the music now, because this is kind of annoying, unfortunately. How are you ever supposed to figure out that Halikarnassus is susceptible to being Minid unless you literally look at the code? You don't really. So casually, I think I would not nearly enjoy this game as much if I didn't have like full information on what is technically possible and how likely it is. Which makes for a really kind of weird type of casual playthrough, I feel. Because you might just find a good strategy, but more often than not, I feel like this good strategy that you may find casually is going to be the concept of, okay, what deals the most damage, so we defeat that thing as quick as possible. Because that's just kind of how it ends up working. You were never able to neutralize Omega with a bard. You couldn't get the timing right. At least with a single bard. Yeah, single bard is not enough. Omega is way too fast. You need at least 2 bards with stop song, preferably 3 really. And then what you want to do is you want to adjust their agility, that they have the same speed. So you can just hold down the A button for stop song once you properly space it apart, and then you have Omega basically slowed down forever. You could never tell when something could work? Yes, exactly. But so here's the thing, even if you could tell that something theoretically could work, which is already a step in the right direction in my book, then you don't necessarily have a concept of how likely is it. So what I personally would like to have from an RPG is, let's say I attempt to use a status effect on an enemy, like I'm trying to blind them. Then the game tells me, okay, enemy cannot be blinded. Okay, I don't have to try that anymore, which is nice, like they're immune to it. Or the game tells me that you missed, which means technically the enemy can be blinded. And then after I tried maybe 2 or 3 more times, the game like displays, I don't know, some form of a dial or something, where you kind of start having an idea on how likely it is that you hit. Like, let's say the dial is almost full, which means the chance of hitting is really high, or the dial is tiny, which means that the chance of hitting is basically almost none. Whatever else may or may not feature into that chance to hit. That's just kind of what I'm thinking of. You're planning on using the triple bard and Mystic Knight to beat Omega in 100%? That works. Some Shin Megami Tensei games are really good about telling you why something you tried didn't work. Okay. By the way, if you play the GBA version, the tame ability of a Beastmaster also works in order to stop Omega. It's not supposed to. In fact, it does the exact opposite of what it tells you. The tame ability is supposed to stop mystical beasts, as in it uses basically the stop spell on them. But it actually does the exact opposite. It uses the stop spell on anything except the mystical beasts. So it does in fact work on Omega. You think Final Fantasy X had feedbacks for monsters being immune to something, if you remember right? That sounds nice. You remember a particular boss strat being to hit them with MP draining status effect 18 times, it never stuck. How can that be a strat? I mean, the thing is, at least I don't know in which game you might be talking about, but in this game here, That is actually a lot of fun to just drain enemies' MP so they can't really cast spells at you anymore. I personally love doing that. So it's a lot of fun to me. For example, there is the Magic Hammer ability for a blue mage in this game here, which halves the enemy magic. Which basically, by the power of halving, you reduce the enemy's MP almost no matter how much they have at the beginning to a ridiculously tiny amount at that point. When you halve it 18 times, then basically anything that even remotely costs any MP, they don't have enough remaining anymore. You can still hear the music in your head while you're watching. I see. Did we beat Omega? No, I didn't try. Today I decided, you know what, I'm just gonna take it easy. Unfortunately, I'm still on the rather tired side of things, so I'd like to just not worry about it too much. I'm sure there's like 3 or 4 different clever ways of how I can defeat Omega even without using any glitches. Which is why maybe I'm just gonna do it sometime later if I feel more awake or something. But Shinryu is going to be easy enough anyway, so I will probably just defeat Shinryu briefly. You usually skip triple crowns? I kind of like the challenge of trying to figure out with specific teams, okay, how can I possibly defeat Omega or Shinryu with this team? Because some of the teams feel like they are almost impossible, and just kind of the mental exercise of how could you possibly approach it anyways is kind of fun for me usually. In this case, I literally have beaten both Omega and Shinryu with a solo chemist and nothing else. And I know that chemist alone is just sufficient in order to do this, like literally without using Kiss of Blessing, by the way, because it's just not necessary. Chemist is that strong. Shin is either free or a huge hassle. It's rarely anything in between. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. Ringing Fangs. Look at the bright side. As many Dragon Fangs as I'm getting here, we can use this in order to power up our characters to a ridiculous degree. Dragon Fang, Dragon Fang. By the way, I'm pretty sure Shinryu is faster than we are, even with haste, but I think he just doesn't do anything in its first turn to give you an opportunity to, like, I don't know, jump over its attacks and stuff like that. Quad Soaker Omega seems less than doable. Yeah, I actually have no idea how you would even approach that. Like, you could... I don't even know whether you can argue it is technically possible, because the second whatever Soul Cannon attack it is, Surge Beam, is going to kill your entire team with Quad Circuit. So even if you, let's say we get 2 rounds, that is 8 attacks. Everybody needs to do almost maximum damage and actually hit with a Quad Circuit team. So I guess it's theoretically possible in the most extreme kind of sense, but good luck on actually making it work. Yeah, you would need to get lucky enough to dodge the counters. You would need to get lucky enough that you actually get 8 attacks in, or however many you need. And most importantly, you need to get around the 90% physical evasion that thing has. Hey, there's a Dragon Whip. We got it. Alright. Music! Dragon Whip. It has 92 base attack power, which is pretty decent. Also, by the way, we just happened to power up the chicken knife along the way too, because why not? Alrighty, Dragon Whip acquired. That wasn't too long for a 0.5%. Yes, it always feels that way actually, if I'm completely honest. It feels like the probability of actually getting the rare steals isn't as bad as it seems. Like, sure, I always get lucky, but beyond that, I still feel like it never seems to be as bad as it initially seems, like just kind of mathematically speaking. Why do you have a bandana? Bandana is for you, actually. Alrighty, I'm actually just gonna go ahead and try and defeat Shinryu, because why not? You have a Guardian Dagger. Guardian Dagger. Dragon Whisker Whip. So we're gonna power up Kara, and she's just going to defeat Shinryu here. That's the plan. Is it a good plan? I don't know. It's gonna probably work. Wait, Jagger percent is additive? That doesn't seem quite right. Alright, Berserk. And you start immediately casting Image. And you cast Haste on Butts. Or Moth, I guess. So Shinryu, all Shinryu is going to do is just do physical attacks. Nothing else. That's literally it. Shinryu can never do anything. Also, he hits like a truck, so unless we specifically have Image active, we are going to die. Also, as soon as Kara starts attacking, flashing warning again, because unfortunately, yeah. That's just how it's going to go. Yeah, Shinryu attacks so insanely fast, it's crazy. But yeah, as soon as Kara starts attacking, there's gonna be a flash every time she hits, unfortunately. Alright, now... you know what? I'm just gonna defend with you. You're just gonna be an extra target here. Nice block, and she also has the Guardian Dagger equipped. I should have actually put an Elf Cape on more Cactus, I feel, but I was too worried that he would actually get to hit me. Alright, gonna Berserk Kara here, and we're gonna start combining... What is Dragon Power? I think it is Dragon Fang and Potion. Oh yeah, Potion and Dragon Fang is Dragon Power. Going to be plus 20 levels, and levels are huge. You can see 5 years from here, and that's a crazy thing. Mike ABC, thank you so much for 59 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well, and thank you so much for a crazy long time of being around. I hope you're doing well. Boom, almost max damage. Shinryu has like, what, 20,000 HP? Wait, not 20. 55,000 HP or something. Also, it does not matter how much HP I have, by the way. If I get hit, I'm dead anyways. It's like 55,000 HP or something like that. Bonk. 3 or some more hits and we're gonna be done here. 2. Oh, I messed up. Bonk. What? One more? Alright, one more. I was actually just preparing to take a screenshot, and I didn't pay attention that Ferris was about to get knocked out. Oh wow, still one more. There we go. Shinryu down. Pretty easy if you know what to do, but that's exactly the catch, isn't it? This is, by the way, the reason why I really like Final Fantasy V is because I already know the game, which seems paradoxical. But the thing is, I actually only started playing the game when I was already decently familiar with it by watching other people play through Forge of Fiesta, and I was just kind of fascinated by the variety of things you could do. But if I played this game casually, it would probably be like Final Fantasy IV to me, where it's like, alright, that's cute, and see why people like it, but not necessarily care much for it myself. But this way, I do like it that much. Whipped into submission by its own whisker. Indeed. Alrighty, let me submit the victory picture real quick. You also gain 100 ability points, the Ragnarok Sword and the Dragon Medal, whatever that means. Alright. Health Cape, everybody front row. Let's go. You definitely think that the Forge of Fiesta is actually the best way to get into Final Fantasy V for that exact reason. Yeah. It also helps people like me with choice paralysis, where unless I'm just really in there and I'm really awake and I really want to play the game and figure out things for myself, like I actually did this for Bravely Default too. I love just kind of trying to come up with ideas and things for myself. But the main reason why I actually had the motivation to do that in Bravely Default 2 is because it was a new game. So ironically, that plays into me being really excited about trying to figure out combos because it was new territory. Not a whole lot of people would have or did anything like that yet. So the way this game is structured just kind of lends itself perfectly for challenge playthroughs and replaying. In fact, it could actually have a little bit less story for my taste, so you wouldn't have as big of a gaps in between, which is to me also the irony of that's why I prefer the older Pokemon titles, where you know the story in the new ones, I don't think it's bad, but it's just not necessarily why I play Pokemon. I would like to have an option where I can say, alright, I would like to have simple story, where it's just my journey to become the best trainer of Pokemons. I don't need to save the world while doing so, or much of anything like that. I'm okay with just being one of them dudes that is just running around collecting the thingies. Yeah, pretty much every Pokemon game I played, after I was done with it, what did I do? I started a new game. I did this with Pokemon Red, I did that with Pokemon Gold, I did that with Pokemon Sapphire, and I also did that with Pokemon Y, which was actually basically I skipped like 3 or so generations of Pokemon games, and then I got back into it with Y. And I kind of got to the first gym and then it's like, yeah, I'm done. I was just not that interested in trying new teams and trying to get through the game in different ways, because it was just not what I was looking for. But again, I don't think it's inherently a bad thing, it's just not for me. I feel like that is important to emphasize. I'm just not exactly the target audience for that kind of game anymore. But a first playthrough in Pokemon, probably kinda neat. You play Project Demi Final Fantasy V now just to avoid so many cutscenes? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And actually that's kind of the weird thing to me personally. Mainly as a streamer, honestly, about Project Demi. I actually enjoy that there is a bit of downtime where I can read and talk, like read chat and talk to everybody without having to immediately think about the next step, without feeling like I'm wasting time by, well, not doing anything. Because during the cutscenes I can just think about what they do, can just talk to everybody, and I actually like the cutscenes for that purpose in particular. When I tried Project Demi, I was actually kind of missing these little times of pause and breaks in between. Even if the story is not necessarily what it is for me, in terms of, like, I like it, I think it's serviceable and it's pretty cute, and also it has its moments. But, yeah. That was started with Generation 3 to justify the big legendaries, I think. Or the generic save the world plot. Maybe, I don't know. Extremely relaxing time, yeah. Also, I feel like for people who don't know Project Demi, it's more relatable because this is the game that they played. So it's kind of like a variety of reasons as to why I tend to play unmodified games as a preference on stream. And again, nothing against mods. I do kind of want to play some Terraria mods sometime. Kind of hoping they may update the T-Loader and the mods for 1.4. But that might still take a while. That sounds like a bit long or a lot of work for them. Alrighty, welcome to the final boss fight, where I'm just going to power up in phase 1, and then we are likely just going to win, because we're gonna be that strong. Maybe. I haven't exactly really planned that far ahead. Alright, Kara has a thing to release that deals a ridiculous amount of damage to all parts of Neo X Death, basically 9,999, so that's gonna be my finishing blow. Alrighty, so I'm gonna give you running shoes. Actually, you know what? No running shoes, you get an elf cape. Then Guardian Dagger for block chance. You get a guard ring, sure, and you get running shoes. Only equipping 2 pairs of running shoes is fine. Alright. Does anybody else have time magic? Do I need time magic? Not really. You still have equipped whips, right? Yes, you do. That's good. So, my attackers are going to be Lena and Kara, and Ferris and Butts are going to be mainly support. We can also have Butts attack as well. He will be decently competent, but I want to basically have these two sit in the back row and deal damage. Whereas... yeah, that's gonna be fine. Alright, welcome to the final boss fight. First phase has 49,001 HP, and in his first phase, before you deal 19,000 damage to him, he is going to do only one of 3 things. He is either going to attack with a physical attack that hits pretty hard, honestly. He is going to cast White Hole, which is one of the most devastating things that can ever be cast on you, because it both petrifies and kills you, which means you need both a Phoenix Down and Soft in order to remove that. And he can just do nothing. So the White Hole we can actually avoid by using a Chemist Mix. So what we can mix, and this is one of the very, very few ways of actually avoiding any form of instant death, or, well, maybe, without using the Bone Meal bug, is using a mix that is, like, Life Shield it is called, Phoenix Down and Holy Water. If we combine these two things, revivifying this version, this will give us basically the ability to completely ignore White Hole, because White Hole consists of 2 parts: petrification and instant death. Obviously. But if you're immune to one or the other, you will guaranteed not get hit by any of these. Phoenix down, Revivify. So basically, I only need to have immunity to instant death, and the petrification is never going to hit, is kind of what I'm trying to say here. So 3 of my cactus are now immune to White Hole. Unfortunately, Kara's not among them. So rude! That is so rude, dude. Alright, I'm gonna try and slow you. He is susceptible to slow, so we will have plenty of time to set up. And revive Kara here. And we're gonna remove that too. That's great aim. Yep, Tree was paying attention indeed. Alright, try and slow him some more. Nice. Alright. Basically, we have all the time in the world now to set up effectively. Well, as soon as I get everything set up, that is, I suppose. Revive Lena. Well, Ferris. So used to Lena getting knocked out, I guess. Okay, haste her. And now we start casting image on everybody with you. And you are going to now start using dragon power. So, the maximum we can increase or add to levels is 255. I think you can actually raise a player's level above 255. It just adds an additional 255 at maximum on top of it. So if we use 13 dragon power on Lena and Kara, which would be 7 dragon fangs remaining, we're going to be quite fine in the end, let's put it that way. Start casting regeneration on everybody. You cast image. I don't need to armor up everybody either, by the way, because as long as I have image active, we're not gonna take any physical damage anyways. Alright, number 3 and number 4. Does Ferris need to renew White Hole protection? I don't think so, I'm not sure though. Also, I didn't give the life shield to Kara yet, did I? Oops. Probably should. Alright, you use... what was it? Phoenix down and Revivify? Potion and Dragon Fang. Number 5. Alright, White Hole will never hit us anymore. I'm pretty sure we don't have to renew it. It's basically a status effect that just kind of lasts now. It's or a flag that we have the immunity, so to speak. Alright, now we start casting Shell on everybody. Kara's just kind of slowly going to buff up everybody with the white magic spells, while we buff her up with... well, actually, buff her and Lena up with dragon power. This is kind of one of my favorite things to do in video games, by the way. I just know that there's nothing this guy can do, and I have all the time in the world to buff up, thanks to me having prepared for it, so to speak. I don't know why, I just enjoy that concept overall. Alright, that's 11, 4 more. And then Lena is effectively maxed out, so to speak. And what else can you do? Not a whole lot actually at this point. I'm just gonna have you wait. Shell. Which, by the way, even if we still could get hit by White Hole, the shell kind of halves that chance. and the chance is not that great for it to hit anyways. Alright, everybody is shelled up. These are the last 2 dragon powers. Now Lena is level 275 or something like that. Or like 280 actually. Wait. So she will hit like a truck. By the way, this first phase is considered humanoid, so if you have a weapon that deals extra damage to humanoids, that's the way to go. We do not actually. Just as a heads up. Alright, anything else you can do? I guess you can just put armor on everybody too at this point. Might as well. So, next, Lena is now maxed out basically. We're gonna combine elixirs and phoenix down if I'm not mistaken. Ah, elixir and dragon fang it is actually. And we're gonna give this to you. This is a giant's drink. Doubles our maximum HP. We can actually just straight up drink a giant's drink here, saving our dragon fang for that instead. Some of the humanoids in this game are quite surprising. Yeah, and some of the beasts as well, I dare to say. Okay, dragon fang and elixir. For you. Basically this is insurance against the Almagest in the second phase, which we probably will get 1 or 2, or even more. Elixir and Dragon Fang. Everybody now has double their maximum HP. And doesn't get much more powered up than that for Lena. We could berserk her, but I don't think I'm going to do that because I do want to be able to control her. So as much as I would like to have the additional 50% attack power from the berserk, I think I'm not gonna do that. Alrighty, so next we're gonna power up Kara and Lena starts working on the boss at this point, I think. So we're gonna potion plus Dragon Fang, start on just give the remainder to Kara at this point. That's going to be plus 80 levels for her as well. And then we can Samson power, which is 10 levels each. Monk Biblos is a huge pain. Oh yeah, definitely agree. Alright. So this is where we have a Time Mage who has really good magic power, and the Flame Whip comes into play here, where we will deal good physical damage, and if we proc fire, it's going to deal even more. It's actually not as good as I hoped it would be. Wait a second, how do I make magic power? Oh shoot! I might have just removed all the buffs by equipping the whip. Well, the levels stay, I know that, but I think I might have just removed the life shield. Ah, whatever, we don't need it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Basically, moving stuff around in the inventory cancels certain chemist buffs. I don't know which ones it does. Did I use the elemental power buff? That's what I'm gonna do, actually. Alright, eye drops plus holy water gives elemental power, so the fire procs are actually going to deal 50% more damage now. Try and power up Kara as well. I need to not move stuff around in the inventory anymore. It's actually not nearly as much damage as I hoped it would be. Like, we will basically survive forever, all things considered. Okay, what was the thing? Antidote and Revivify, I think? Yeah, Samson power. Now we're just gonna... Wait, why am I giving this to Lena? She's maxed out anyways. Here, we need to give this to Kara. Boom! 6,000 damage on top. I don't think it actually boosts water element, does it? I seem to faintly remember that it doesn't boost water element. It does. It boosts Leviathan to be stronger than Bahamut. Oh wow. So I should have Lena unleash the thingy magics in phase 2, huh? Oh, why did I give you elemental power? Alright, Flare. This is the beginning of phase 2. After you deal 19,001 damage, he's gonna cast Flare or Holy in the first phase, which is a lot of damage. We barely survive it. Because we have double HP and take half the damage. It's like 3,000 damage otherwise. It's kind of crazy. Revivify Antidote. I see what I did. Actually, I might have maxed out Kara already. It doesn't feel like she's gaining any more attack power. Maybe I'm wrong about 255. Maybe it's only 100? Because I know Bard songs are only plus 99 maximum, but I was pretty sure that the things from the chemist could go higher than that. Yeah, I think Kara's maxed out, huh? Alright, I guess I'm just gonna start maxing out Moth as well then. And have Ferris now be in... Oh, we are already phase 2, never mind. You've heard about strategies involving chemists buffing enemies to level 255, then using level 5 def on them? Ah, nice. But yeah, death by mouth definitely can work that way. That is real, but kind of a meme. It is. Well, I mean, it kind of depends. At some point, you're just kind of wondering what is possible. So, honestly, the concept of just buffing enemies up to level 255 and then level 5 dooming them sounds really fun to me. Because you would only do this if you're just kind of, you know, bored of many other things. Alrighty, welcome to phase 2. Am I gonna keep track of which parts am I gonna leave alive? I think I'm gonna leave Almagest alive, actually. What about Grand Cross? Okay, Physical and Almagest are the two parts we're gonna leave alive. We're gonna kill Grand Cross right off the bat. So first of all, we're gonna start using the magic lamp here. Ferris is not buffed up, so this is just going to be white magic or white mage power level of Bahamut summoned here. I'm gonna actually let Lena use Leviathan. So... excuse me, I'm going to very briefly just keep track of how much damage I deal. So I need to write stuff down. Sorry. Right. Pause button is amazing, by the way. 2097 for the physical part and 2286 for the Almagest part. Alright, you have the Dragon Whip. So, the Grand Cross part is actually considered a dragon, and flashing warning, by the way. Whenever a car attacks the Grand Cross part, it's going to be flashing and do critical hit damage in just a second here. Bonk. pretty good damage, to say the least. So, I'm going to try and slow them? No, wait, you're gonna use the magic lamp. So the magic lamp should now deal insane damage because you have magic power, right? Or elemental power. Big wave. And she's level 255. Yep, it's pretty good damage, to say the least. So 2000... oops. 7200, and as well we add 6624. Alright. I'm keeping the exact track of how much damage I deal to the individual parts, because if you leave one part alive at the end, it will go absolutely crazy and could just straight up kill us. It's unlikely it would kill us in one turn, but it could be really, really difficult to recover from it, let's put it that way. Alright, and I'm just gonna have you start buffing up yourself via hero drinks, giving you plus 10 HP. Also True Edge, the third charge from the magic lamp, guaranteed kills the third part on the left side, the magic casting part. That is basically 60,000 damage done for free. Alright, and just gonna keep hitting this part, and you also help out with this. Oh, also you can paralyze the Grand Cross parts as well, which is nice. So, what are you gonna do, Ferris? You know what? You're just gonna continue using the magic lamp here. You're gonna continue using the hero drinks to buff yourself up. Thunderstorm! Alrighty. I didn't exactly pay attention on how much damage it dealt. Let's just say 1300. Alright, just keep attacking. So basically, the Grand Cross part would use Grand Cross, which is one of 18 different status effects at random. We are immune to a lot of them, but it could still be rather dangerous if I let it do its thing. So I'd rather just take it out as quick as possible. Ruby Light is reflect on your entire party, which actually means kinda going to be rather difficult to heal my characters and give them image again. Which is actually bad timing for this. Almagest hits everybody for about 1,400, 1,600 holy damage and inflicts HP leak status, which is pretty unhealthy. Boom. Vacuum wave, we're fine. And you continue using the magic lamp, because the next set of magic lamp is Demon's Eye, which could technically kill the Almagest part instantly, which is not what I would want. The reason why I'm going to use Demon's Eye... Oh, okay. We already killed the Grand Cross part, that was quick. So, this is why I'm going to be casting the magic lamp here, Earth Wall. Depending on your level, you actually get more physical defense, so to speak. Which also makes me realize that I should have cast Earth Wall with probably Lena or Kara, who have maximum level. That would have been a much bigger physical damage shield. Oh well. I guess let's start working on these things. So my goal is now to put the remaining two parts below... Actually, let me... And how much was that? Like, I don't know, 1,500? So my goal is now to put the remaining two parts here below 2,600 HP at this point. So if I'm not mistaken, Revivify and... wait. Oh, I don't have any Dragon Fang anymore. Ah, sad face. What else could I do? What could be fun? And yes, there's two dummy parts in this fight where if you do randomly targeting attacks like X-Fights or Rapid Fire or also Berserk attacks or just random attacks of other consistency, it will actually potentially hit them and deal nothing, which is a bit of a problem. I can't really find anything particularly interesting I could do, so... Yeah, I don't even have Drain Shell or Drain Kiss. I was trying to figure out whether I could do anything particularly cute, so I'm just not gonna worry about it. Right, you have the healing stuff. I forgot about that part. Dun 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 dun. Boom, make it. This spell, you mean it. Alright, image. Oh, alrighty. We are actually closing in on 10,000 damage remaining, or HP remaining on that part. So we just kind of want to hit it one more time with Lena, or two, actually one more time with Kara, and not worry about it too much more besides that, so we're just gonna start this. Alright, that part should now be below 10,000 HP remaining. Now we start working on the other part. We survived 2 Almagas without healing in between. I didn't heal a single time so far. Oh, I should not. Oh, this is not good. Okay. Okay, I do not want to attack that part anymore. That's a very bad idea. That's a very bad idea. Yeah, I just wanna hit that part a bunch. How much damage do you deal? Ha, nothing if you miss. 20,000 HP approximately remain on that part. Mm-hmm. 108. But I don't want to exchange your weapon because that's going to cancel some buffs probably. Alright, this should be enough damage that both of these parts should now be very close to getting knocked out. So, one last time I'm going to heal everybody. Everybody has image, so physical attacks are fine. Everybody has shell, so we should probably even survive a meteor if it comes to that. Let's release the Avis Dragon, which is going to hit the 2 remaining parts for 9,999 damage, because that's as much as it can possibly be. And it should kill everything. GG. When did I reset the timer, by the way? Huh. Oh well. You win. Thank you for the GGs, everybody. I accidentally reset the timer at some point. I don't even... Oh, I have global hotkeys active, that's why. Oh well, that's fine. It's like what, 15 hours? Probably a little bit less than that. Resets timer too. Yep, we reset back to the beginning of the game eventually. I think that's how it works, right? Which means it's going to all start over again. You know, I'm still waiting for that game that has a new game plus mode where the hero or heroes are perfectly aware that everything is just repeating, but also have a full understanding that everything has to play out the same way again. And they're just kind of making weird remarks and comments about it. And also that might allow them to like skip certain things that would otherwise be potentially tedious. It probably already exists somewhere, but I don't know of any of it. Final Fantasy V, the after years. But yeah, I would say this is, if you know what you're doing, this is a very easy team to complete the game with. It's not particularly fast the way I played it. I could have certainly gone a lot faster if I decided to break a bunch more rods, as well as, you know, just kind of cut a bunch more corners. But then again, I don't usually use Chemist, because I prefer not to. It just seems to just overshadow everything, but it can be fun once in a while. Like, you don't have to do all the crazy mixes and crazy possibilities. It's just, to me personally, I feel like I'm missing out when I don't use the full potential of a chemist. But then it kind of turns into a playthrough that is all about the chemist. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword in a weird kind of way. Yeah, timer is useless, because I don't know what the time was at the end anyways. Hello and welcome. And yeah, I do agree, Profness. Chemist is actually decent. I feel like Chemist will probably be decently well balanced if you don't necessarily know what you're doing. You had Beastmaster, Time Mage, Ninja Samurai, and Almagus White to your party on your first run on that. So on your second, you threw money at him. Yeah, that works. Actually, I dare to say the problem is less that you don't know how overpowered increasing level is. I think the problem, I feel, is twofold about increasing levels. One, you don't actually know what Samson power does unless you look actually up what you know it does. So it's just Samson power, okay. And Dragon power, okay. And if it's like in most RPGs, it's just a buff that you either have or you don't. So you might not even consider that you can stack them on top of each other, like you can do a lot of things in Final Fantasy I, for example. Chemist plus Summer lets you throw a metric ton of money. Pretty much, yes. It's kind of ridiculous, actually. And yes, level affects both guild toss and damage, but also it affects how much it costs. Like, it scales really, really well with how... I think it's like 150 damage per level or something crazy like that. But it also costs like 50 gil more per level as well, per target. And that racks up really fast. Dragon Power increases your level by 20, and consequently it also increases the cost by... well, I think 1,000 per target. I think that's how it works. Your current run is Monk, Mystic, Knight, Ranger, question mark. Omega's days are numbered. You don't even know what the Earth Job is yet. Yep, that's a combo where you can just absolutely brute force it. And if you're high enough level, he doesn't even get a turn. Actually, well, I guess he does. Because you don't have a ninja yet. If you had a ninja, ranger, and mystic knight, you can kill Omega in one cycle. It's crazy. And yes, enemy defense does in fact strongly affect guild toss damage. But if you have a chemist in order to increase levels, you can also use a certain chemist mix called Split Shell. What was it? Then there was like a Turtle Shell and... Turtle Shell and Antidote is Split Shell, which reduces enemy defense by half. And it stacks, so you can half, and enemies have very, very little physical defense remaining. Which, in a sense, that doesn't increase the cost of the guild toss, it just reduces the enemy's defense. How long would Quick Leak Bite take to kill Omega? You ended up using 3 wall rings and healing your samurai after each shot instead. I think it's like an hour or 2. 2 hours? Yeah, 2 hours sounds reasonable. That explains why 15 minutes didn't do it. Yeah. You can think of it like... count to... Actually, how would you relate to that? Let's see... 2 hours, 120 minutes... is 7,200 seconds. So 55,000 divided by 7,200... So you deal like 7.5 damage every second. So with 7.5 damage every second, you can count how long it takes until you count out up to 55,000. took 6 elixirs, but it was the fastest. Nice. Oh my gosh, did a zombie reflex strat to beat Shinri recently? Nice. I love that strategy, it's so great. I just needed Bard in order to pull that off myself. I wonder whether you could technically zombie reflect Omega. Because the problem is with Omega is you need to use the Lightning Whip, which only casts Lightning level 1. But if he just reflects 1 atomic ray at you, then it just kind of heals for like 1,000 or something. So you would need to proc the lightnings quicker than it can heal. Shouldn't we use the power stuff and image? Nice. Image is great for that. Honestly, in my honest opinion, Ninja is insanely crazy powerful. And I do personally think one of the most underrated reasons as to why is image. It's such a straightforward ability, you don't necessarily pay it much mind, but it is so ridiculously useful, it's great. What's the zombie reflex strategy? The short version is, if you have a zombie in your party, all the zombie ever does is attack your own characters with physical attacks. So you give the zombie a weapon that procs elemental spells, like, actually, I think the only one that is reasonably doable is the Fire Butte, which costs Fire 3, 1 in 3 times whenever you physical attack. And the zombie itself has a Reflect Ring. And then you have another character just hide off screen, as in like a bard hide. So basically you never lose the fight, and the zombie is the only target it can hit itself. So all the zombie ever does, or will do, is the zombie hits itself with a physical attack, and 1 in 3 times it's going to proc Fire 3. Which, because the zombie is also wearing a Reflect Ring, it reflects the Fire 3 over to the enemy. The zombie can never die and cannot really be inflicted with any of the status effects. So eventually the zombie is going to win. As long as the enemy is not immune to fire, that is. Image is good if you're not Mirage West cheating. Well, even then, it is 2 charges rather than 1, which is a decent difference. In Shinri's case, you don't need a weapon that procs a reflectable spell because eventually Atomic Ray will reflect enough. Oh yeah, that's an interesting point, I suppose. You actually don't even need a Beastmaster, you just need a Bard to hide. Yeah, I actually didn't consider that. part. Like, I thought you were just kind of reflecting via a fire butte, which is the only thing I consider to be viable, but I guess that technically works, huh? So you want to have 3 zombies with reflect rings? But yeah, eventually, technically, you do defeat Shinryu by just virtue of reflecting things. And in theory, you can actually do that for Phase 2 XDev as well. Although, you might run into the problem that... Well, actually, no. The last part... Well, I guess the last part would eventually have to run out of magic, huh? The annoying part is setting up the zombies because you can't equip the reflect ring after they are zombied. Yes, accurate. You got Black Mage for your Fiesta this year for the first time. You're looking forward to a more straightforward run. Yeah. I agree. It's nice having something that is just reliably good pretty much throughout the entirety of the game. It does have a little bit of a dip towards the end of World 1 and until you get the level... Actually, not even much of a dip with the level 3 spells because Bio is actually pretty competent still in terms of how strong it is, so that's nice. You don't have to rely on an Assassin Dagger proc for Twin Tanya. Well, I mean, you can always use the magic lamp. Might just have to walk outside for a while. Is break black or time? Black magic. Basically, black mage has both break and doom. Land crawl can be hit by death. Sometimes that enemy is hard to get away from. Yes. Which is why you attack it with an assassin dagger when you're stuck there. These whole JRPGs, half of the total soundtrack length is just the ending music. Yeah. I mean, you play these games casually, you probably spend quite a few hours with them, and having a reasonably satisfying conclusion to these long games, I think that's really nice. Kinda wanna play Skies of Arcadia again sometime. Actually, kind of one of my favorite endings, next to Terranigma. Alrighty everybody, we have arrived at the end. So, thank you everybody for watching, for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed the stay, I hope you enjoyed the show, and, well, hopefully until next time.